Alright, hello. Just a moment here. Hello. My name is Derek Liu, and I'm a trailer editor, and today I'm going to be editing, well, actually, I won't be doing a lot of editing today, but I'm going to be working on my Uncharted 4 trailer, which, if you haven't played Uncharted 4, or if you're worried about spoilers, then some of it will probably get spoiled. It'll get spoiled very, very slowly as we just go through. I've captured about almost 10 hours of footage here, and I just got to go through and organize it by, dialogue type and visuals. Today we'll probably just be doing dialogue. Yeah. If you have any questions, you can just post them in chat, etc. And I'll just get started then. So, okay. Yeah, I've thought about different ways of starting a project, but pretty much the way I do things is just get everything and then just watch it all, basically. Watch it all watch it while I'm going through and looking for visuals and all that sort of thing. And so here, I captured all this with, I have a Blackmagic Intensity Pro 4K card, and I found out fairly recently that over HDMI you can capture 5.1 audio, which is great because that means that if the game has 5.1 audio support, there's a very good chance that the center channel will have only dialogue in it. And Naughty Dog games, in fact, have an option to make sure that it's only dialogue, and you can change it to speed dialogue and effects, but I just set to dialogue, and that means I get like a nice clean audio here. So like, for example, I'll have a little bit of sound effects too, but
hold on!
Now if I put in all channels,
Hold on!
so maybe not the best example. Let me find a section here, maybe like here.
The fish in a barrel! Holy shit!
I didn't even notice that was Wilhelm scream.
Holy shit!
Yeah, this is actually during gameplay here, which is cool. So, but
Fish in a barrel! Holy shit! Calm as a bitch!
anyway, so I think what I'll do is, I'll probably just skip to the cutscene parts, which, I mean, it's kind of blurred which part are cutscenes and which parts are gameplay by design in Uncharted 4 because everything is in engine. So let's see. It's in engine, so that means that I wasn't able to just, after beating the game, go into the menus and play all the cutscenes and just capture them like that. So everything is just one after another, and I'll just probably have to just take out the sections. And let's see, so I just duplicated my sequence here, which has everything in it, and I'm just going to, I guess I'll just trim around where the cutscenes are, roughly. So yeah, it's like they are transitions to,
Keep heading towards the island.
I'll just cut off here. Actually, I'll just go through and do that for the whole thing. Some of it's a little bit blurred. Like this part here, I think it changes to cutscene like part way through. Because, hold on, it's actually, no, that's all gameplay there. But yeah, a moment like this here. Well, this part you have control, so that's gameplay. But then this part here, it's all nice and shiny, so it's sort of like that's cutscene, and then I don't know. This game is crazy. Basically, just whenever I start a project, I just want to look for a way to just make things smaller every step of the way. Oops, I died there. and just to have less to think about. And I'm not going to use any of this. There's a flashback section of the game, so I'm not going to use any of that. Yeah, I'm not going to use any of that. Okay. Maybe some of this. This like prison sequence. You know what? There's not a lot of story stuff there. I'm going to skip ahead. So actually, maybe you'll get spoiled incredibly quickly. If you do like the Uncharted games, you should definitely play this. If you like the Uncharted games already, then it's very little chance that you're not already playing this or interested in it at least. And if you haven't played them, well, and you weren't really interested, then this isn't really going to change your mind that much. It's still very pretty, but I know a lot of people have feelings about the Uncharted series, saying like, oh, well, the gameplay is not that interesting, the shooting doesn't feel good. But it's like, okay. If that's your thing, that's fine. But the thing I really like about this one is that they really they added just a few new mechanics here and there that kind of just make what they already had better. Like I like you can mark targets now, kind of like in Far Cry or Metal Gear Solid. So then you just know where guys are at all times. It just makes stealthing stuff a lot easier. And they also kind of, most of the sections where you're fighting guys, they just start out where they don't know where you are. So you can stealth kill every single guy, which is what I used to try to always do in Uncharted 2. Except they just didn't have the gameplay tools to actually let you do that. So it was kind of... I'm going to close my window. Sorry, I don't know if you could hear that, like a little airplane noise. But yeah, Uncharted 2, it was kind of hard to... There were some sections which you could definitely stealth a lot of guys, but usually by the end, you'd mess something up, and it would be not so good. But I would still just try sequences like over and over and over again. But this time also, there's like some different lines of dialogue if you manage to use stealth for the whole area, which is fun. So I think, even though I said there's going to be spoilers, which of course there are, I mean, I'm just super crazy about spoilers for Naughty Dog games because they're very story-oriented, and I like them so much, and just like the set pieces are so memorable that I just watch the first teaser that they release, and then I just go on media blackout until the game is out as much as I can. Like, you know, I might catch some screenshots and stuff, but that can happen by accident or just being on a Twitter feed or something. But try to keep it pure. And like, actually, I haven't watched any of the trailers except for the first one, which is not even in the game. It's just kind of like a teaser, a little bit of proof of concept thing. Because I want to make my own trailer before I watch what they did. Which we'll see if that works out. Because I said I was going to do that with Uncharted 3 or Last of Us, but then I was weak. And I'm like, I wasn't feeling kind of uninspired. I'm like, I'll just see what they did. And so the last thing I did was, well, I did a trailer for Left Behind, but I also did one for Last of Us, which I'm not like 100% happy about. I still want to revisit that someday. Also because for that Last of Us trailer, I especially wanted to avoid... I actually did want to avoid spoilers in that one, so then that people watching it could just go and play the game and still enjoy it. Not that you couldn't enjoy it through spoilers, but you know. So if I was going to do it again, I would show some more late game stuff than I did before. But for Left Behind's trailers were they didn't show all that much. I mean, because it's only DLC, it's only a few hours long. So it makes sense to not show too much from the game, but kind of the way that I do trailers is I like to watch trailers even for like movies and stuff. Just as a way of kind of experiencing the game or the movie again. Just as like a mini condensed story version. You know, because I mean, once I've already watched the movie or played the game, then I don't need to be sold on it anymore. So I like to appreciate the trailer as its own thing. And so that's what I basically want to do with mine on the internet, or on my YouTube channel at least, because if I'm doing it for work, then it's a different story. Well, it's partially different, because I do still want the trailer to have like a story to it and be interesting unto itself, but still, when it's official, you got to consider if there's story, you have to consider what the creators want to do also. All right, so I think, I'm going to, because there's, at a certain point, there's kind of stops being a ton of exposition, which actually, now that I think about it, I have these a lot of small clips here, because this is around this section of the game where there's just a lot of stuff's already been set up, and there's less, they don't have as much kind of exposition. So, I mean, you know what, I'll just see how far I get. Because I'm not going to get, there's no way I'm going to get through all this today. Or if I get bored, maybe I'll just, instead of just breaking stuff down, I'll try to like actually think about the story that I want to show, or brainstorm like cold open ideas, which I already have a couple ideas. But there are a lot of action sequences that you could start off with for cold open that would be cool. My cat is being needy. In the window? They're in the window. That's Ebby. Since I'm just scrubbing through footage, why don't you play a little music? Keep it all Uncharted themed. My nose is too sleepy. I'll probably lessen the possibility that this will get muted. Though, I mean, I'm going to archive this on YouTube, so that's a good question. So if something gets muted on Twitch, does it go to YouTube muted also, or is it like uploaded? It's something worth looking up. I'm not going to show any of this stuff, but okay. Yeah, there's a lot of story threads in this. Obviously, got to talk about Sam, Drake's brother, because new character. But I was just thinking, like, what is the stuff that an Uncharted fan wants to see? Well, see, that's the thing, is who am I making it for? Because, of course, I would like, if people aren't interested in Uncharted, but are curious, if they watch my trailer and say, like, hey, wow, maybe I'll check it out now, that'd be great. But also, you know, I want it to be people like me who just like the game and just want to watch a trailer for it, because watching trailers is fun. And we don't always have the time to just play a 10-hour, 15-hour game over again. I was experimenting. There's some cool. Hold on, let me get my cat. See if he'll come over and take a nap. dude. Come on. Nope. Nope. Doesn't want it. Okay, it's fine. Oh. See, I was hoping he was gonna nap while I started streaming. He was napping right here, then he got up. Anyway, there's some cool gameplay modifier things that you can unlock in the game. How about this one? I have 2 cat beds on my desk. There's one like right on my desk and then one next to my keyboard. I have like an IKEA hack standing desk. Hopefully he's not creating a lot of mic noise right now because he's bumping the arm. Yeah, there's all these gameplay modifiers. So you can do stuff like turn off the gravity. They're basically like debug tools. Or, I mean, I don't know if they would need to turn off the gravity while making the game, but there's also there's slow motion mode, which is cool. And they slow down everyone's speech also. But the pitch doesn't change, so it just sounds like everyone's super drunk, which is really funny. But I'll probably be using it for my trailer if I want to make a slow motion scene for whatever reason. But we'll get there when we get there. Right now I just need to figure out story beats to hit. And he's been fed, like... So, whenever he does this, either he's saying he's hungry, or he wants me to play, or... What was the third one? There's another reason. See if I wiggle this. This like little cat toy that I kind of improvised, which originally was one of those things where it says like a feather on the end and it kind of flies around, but the thing came off, so I took this little toy that he's liked since he was a kitten. I just kind of tied it to this, and it's actually like even better than the feather toy because I think they don't kind of not as attracted to like the first time I ever get a feather toy for them. They're super into it from the beginning, but then later on they start getting bored and they don't want to chase anymore. But this mouse toy is enjoyed consistently. I know there's a lot of exposition scenes in the beginning, so I want to at least chunk those up before going like through with a fine-tooth comb. Because then if I have all the good exposition, or at least most of the good exposition, then I'll have something. So breaking down footage can be really tedious. It can be. It is very tedious. So it's good to feel like you made some sort of progress. I'm curious what this looks like going through this footage so quickly if you haven't played the game. You're just seeing all these moments. I was thinking the other day that, like, you know, on TV series, whenever they do, like, previously on The Walking Dead, and they show, like, all these story threads, and then they show how they resolve, like, right away. it would be kind of funny to have a show or like a short thing which was nothing but that, like the whole story was told that way. It'd be kind of like a joke, because it's like it'll like one shot would be like, oh, I don't know, I'm not feeling so good, and the next shot is the person's grave. So then you only shoot those story moments and then cut them together like a previously. I don't know, it was a silly idea. It'll be very meta. I'm gonna bring him out here one more time. If that doesn't work, maybe I'll feed him something. You being annoying? You being annoying? Yes. Oh, there he goes. Come on, chill out. You wanna play? Sorry. Oh God. All right, I'm gonna give him a little bit of food. Be right back. Okay, sorry about that. And sorry if you're watching this later on YouTube. Actually, that's the other thing I was thinking about the other day. I'm like, because some of the, like I broke down footage. No, I was doing some dialogue editing for my Mass Effect 2 trailer, which who knows when that'll get finished. And that was like several hours long, and I was just thinking like, oh God, who's actually gonna watch this? But then I was thinking, not that I'm comparing myself to these editors, but if I watched someone with a lot more experience than me, or someone with a lot more experience than me was doing something similar to this, I would totally watch that. So maybe somewhere out there, someone thinks this is interesting. Hopefully, that's why I'm doing it. I'm also doing it to give myself a little pressure to actually finish stuff. But also, I mean, because like there's not a lot of stuff about trailer editing on the internet. It's just most of it. So I wanted to do some tutorials about editing trailers, but I mean, tutorials the way I want to do them take a very long time, because I hate tutorials which are just clearly extremely not edited. You know, they got mistakes like, oh crap, I did this thing here, I should have done that. Well, and then let's just move on. And then the thing's like 20 minutes long or 30 minutes long, and I was like, oh God, I just want to skip to the good part. So like I never want to make something like that, because I know how horrible it is. So any tutorials I make, I always want to, at the very least, have like timestamps in the description, so then that you can skip ahead and everything's labeled. Or also, and just make it short and tight, of course. But also make a blog post for each post, because that's the same thing I did with I did this video called like 26 tricks for editing faster in Premiere. And so that thing was basically, the video was basically a trailer for a blog post, because it's like 3 minutes long. It's not fast enough. I don't even say what the keys were in that video. I just say, this is the thing. If that appeals to you, go look it up, or rather go to the blog post that I link. And then you can just skip ahead to the section, the where I have like an animated GIF and just use that as a nice reference. Because who has time to just go through the whole video every single time? It's like, oh, what was that trick? It's like, oh no, if I just have if I have a page, then it's so much easier and user friendly. Like, I don't know, there's not most video tutorials I see for things like editing. I mean, also that's the other thing, is that most tutorials are not for like editing theory or how or why you cut something. Most of them are about what buttons to push, which, I mean, you need that to a point, but everyone's doing that, so you don't need me to do that. And the other thing that I believe is that if you're just following along with the tutorial and just hitting the same buttons that they're pushing as you go, you're just gonna forget it. I mean, because I've done a lot of video tutorials, especially for things like motion graphics. Like, I've seen like almost every single Video Copilot tutorial, which probably everyone who's interested in video has also done. And parts of them I remember, but usually what I end up doing is, I'll remember like part of it, and then I'll just rewatch it again. So then if you're gonna rewatch it again when you're gonna actually use it, then you should have something which basically you should learn based on projects. You shouldn't learn based on manuals. So if you just read through a manual, you're not going to absorb it as well as if you needed to do something for a project and then went to the manual and looked it up. And then you'll probably remember it because you applied it right after then. But if you don't apply it right away, then you don't even know the use case. So then what's the point? Oh yeah, and then like, cause like there's not that many, cause I think the thing is that trailer editing, it's very niche, but also the people who are doing it, especially movie trailers, it's very time consuming, and there can be very late hours depending. So they probably they don't have time to do something like do tutorials. You know, they work a long week, or if they're an assistant even, as well, especially if they're an assistant, could be working very long hours, and who has the time to do this sort of thing. So then you have people who kind of just, like I've seen some videos about like how to edit a trailer, and it's always stuff like, try cutting to black, try fading in and out from black, try putting a white flash, or try the inception noise or whatever. It's like, no. Those are just things that trailers do, but you're not going to go into a trailer saying, oh, I better have fades to black. No, you're going to edit a trailer and say, what do I need to do in order to achieve the effect that I want? If that's a fade to black, then that's what you do. But, it's like, don't watch a visual effects tutorial saying, and that tells you how to, like, I don't know, make demon eyes or something. It's okay, well, now I need a story about demon eyes. It's like, no, just come up with a story, and if you need visual effects, then you got to look up how to do those things that you need to do. Anyway, that's my rant. Grim Soul, so did you end up beating Uncharted 4? Yes, I beat it twice, in fact. I basically marathoned it on Tuesday. So what I did was, actually, I pre-ordered it from Best Buy. And then I was like, actually, but then I'll have to wait till Best Buy opens, which is like 10 in the morning. It's like, oh, that's so late. It's like, so I just ended up saying, forget it. I'll just buy it digitally instead, actually. So I woke up at Well, but then, yeah, here's the thing. I was going to wake up, I'm like, get a good night's sleep, and then I'll wake up and be all nice and refreshed, and then play it after I wake up. But then I was like, oh, but I have to download it too, so. And also, I couldn't sleep, actually. I woke up at like 2 or 3. I'm like, oh, God. It's basically like the first time I've felt that way since like being a kid before Christmas. I'm just so excited about what's going to happen. So I just got up at like 2:30 or 3, started the downloading, and just kind of waited around for it to download. Well, actually, I played a little Dark Souls 1, while it was downloading. And then I played it basically all day. Few breaks here and there, and I finished by about midnight. Because I mean, I had to eat, and I took like a little nap or something. And then started replaying it again, but for capturing it. So this playthrough here took about 10 hours or so. But like playing it for the purposes of capturing for a trailer, you can't enjoy it the way if you're just playing it for real, because you're worried about like finish Uncharted. Oh yeah, no, I finished Uncharted 4. I'm still working on Dark Souls. I'm probably like a quarter through Dark Souls, if that. So what was I saying? Oh yeah, because when you're capturing for, when you're playing for capture, you're also worried about like discs. I mean, I'm not worried about disk space because I have a pretty big disk, but I'm capturing at ProRes, which is very ends up with very large files. So I'm just constantly thinking about saving space and how well am I moving the camera here, or is this good for the shot? Grimsoul says, haha, yeah, for footage is a bit meticulous, at least on consoles, yeah. Yeah, I mean, most consumer capture things that people use capture to H.264, which is fine, and for most people it's better because otherwise you get huge discs. Grimsoul says, most PC stuff either live capture or engineer the footage. Yeah, I mean, engineer, do you mean like kind of like hack the game and get custom shots and stuff, like with FreeCam, or? So yeah, I captured this with a Blackmagic Intensity Pro 4K card. So I hooked it up. I hooked my console to my computer. Oh yeah, but so most people use MP4, and it's super not good to scroll through MP4 because it's not like an iframe codec. So yes, using mods, hacking, yeah. I need to learn more about like FreeCam hacking PC stuff, because that's the good stuff. If you can do that, then like I want to do a Life is Strange cinematic playthrough, because also I just want to like cut down a lot of the can you turn the music down a few points? Yes, just a second. Sorry. I need I wish I had a mixer or knew how to kind of wire everything up so then that I could hear actually what you guys are hearing. But I think I need like an external mixer. But then if I'm capturing the PS4, then that uses HDMI, so I don't know. It's a whole thing. But yeah, Life is Strange. I want to do a cinematic playthrough of that because I like the story, but also I think it could use editing. It's good, and also if I was gonna do a Grimsoul, I use a virtual mixer called Virtual Audio Cable. I'll have to look that up, or if there's anything similar to that, because is that for Windows or Mac? Probably for Windows, I'm guessing. There's probably something similar. I just haven't done enough research. It lets you use CPU to repeat an audio device and then listen to the output. That sounds exactly like what I need. Yeah, most stuff is just for Windows. But I like editing on a Mac. Someday I'll probably have to switch my editing rig to a PC, assuming Mac or Apple's never going to release another Mac Pro Tower with PCI slots and stuff, which they probably aren't. Because I mean, they haven't even updated their tube in like, I don't know, 3 years or something. Bear Curtain say, just came to say I used to love reading your comic, but after so many strips, I can understand why you retired. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I probably should have stopped doing that comic even sooner than I did, but it was just kind of like a habit thing. But now that I don't have to do it, I'm like, oh my god, how did I do that? Not at the end I was doing it 3 times a week, but like even that, I'm like, oh god, just like, you know what, you gotta figure out what your time is worth spending on. Yes, it was a food journal at times. You can follow me on Instagram though, instagram.com/DerekLou. It's mostly cat photos though, but whenever I eat good stuff, then I put it on Instagram. Let's see, Tactful Twitch says, can you talk us through what you're actually doing right now? You played through the game, recorded footage of the whole game playthrough, and now you've dropped in Premiere. What are you doing now? Okay, so what I'm doing right now, I should probably get to the more fine things that I'm doing. Right now what I'm doing is I'm going through this footage and just taking out the cutscene moments from the gameplay. So like right now, everything before this moment here, this is basically pure story cutscene stuff. Because the thing is Uncharted 4, the cutscenes are not pre-rendered, so I couldn't just capture all the cutscenes and have them in nice files that were totally separate from gameplay, so they're integrated. So I have to kind of go through and just find those moments and kind of take them out of the gameplay. So, but you know what? That's a good chunk. Why don't I just start going through and taking out dialogue? That might be a little more interesting. And I will probably turn... No, the music's already pretty low. It's fine. All right, so... take a drink of water. So I'm going to organize this dialogue. And then... I've never made template sequences for the way I break down dialogue, which maybe I should. But I always kind of end up remaking them, even though there's usually similar themes. So I'm going to delete these bottom tracks, that's sound effects. And, well, not music, because I turned off music when I was playing. So let's just go through and...
Really not good. Crap.
Okay.
This is really not good.
Okay, so like something like that would be, I would call that like general. Because these sorts of lines, they fit wherever, you know, they're not story related. They're just kind of like little things that people say.
Hold on!
Or, you know, something like that. Actually, I would put that, you know, little interjections like that, I would call that interjection. So like, hold on, ah! Because that sort of line can just fit anywhere. Or maybe you want to put that, I would call that interjection. So like, hold on, ah! Because that sort of line can just fit anywhere. Or maybe you want to put that before a big action moment in the trailer, but it doesn't necessarily have to be where it was originally in the game or the movie. Okay, this is all going to be grunting and stuff.
Well, shit. I know. Well, crank it! Sam,
Actually, so some lines like these can be taken out of context, like little ones like this, but the thing I realized is that certain things just like you wouldn't use them out of context. So like this boat scene here, you know, this wouldn't be VO dialogue. This would only ever be in this scene. So I'm just going to take this chunk and I'm going to make a new select sequence. And it's called the scenes. Okay.
Keep heading towards the island. I'll try to hold him off.
Let me put this down here.
Ah, shit! Here they come!
You know. So this is all boat scene. And Ebby is meowing again. I just fed him. What are they doing? Alright. Okay, done with that.
On your right! Watch it, watch it! Oh, shit!
Okay. So that's that. And let's see what we got here. Actually, you know, I'm going to try to be more picky with the dialogue than I usually am, because I always end up with so much stuff that I kind of know going in I'm never going to use. But then like the kind of sort of pack rat editor in me is like, you might use it though. You might. You never know. Maybe you're cutting like something that's not this trailer, like you want to do like a anniversary trailer or something.
How long am I supposed to be in here? Huh? Where's the toilet?
You looking at it?
Oops. I didn't know that was... I didn't know I turned that notification on.
Have fun.
I will. Gracias.
Okay, I'll put this as another scene here. So let's see what we got here.
Hey, all right, easy.
Yeah. So I guess the point of organizing dialogue is because usually, so I want to tell the story with the dialogue, but then also which means certain bits will be voiceover, taken totally out of context, but then some parts are just going to be used in context. So that's why I have this scenes select sequence here. Say that 5 times fast. Okay, cats are taking naps now. That's good.
Here we are.
I feel guilty. I wish I knew how to turn that off.
Hey, take these cuffs off or what?
Maybe a Chrome setting.
I want it.
Okay, well, probably won't use any of this because this guy's a small character.
Whatever you hope to find up there, I want it.
But he actually has some lines which are kind of exposition-like, which I might keep.
Come on, Vargas. The deal was just to get us in and out of here. That's it.
Just. I'm sticking my neck out for you gringos.
Okay, don't care about that.
See? Not nearly enough.
You were told not to open that.
Yes. I was also told not to take bribes.
Okay, I'm gonna turn off the music here.
Not to bring anyone here, and not to beat on my inmates. But here we are.
Just be careful with that. It's 300 years old.
If anyone in chat has any other questions besides what I'm just doing, you can feel free.
I was a member of Captain Henry Avery's crew.
Okay, so this is some exposition.
You know who that is?
He was a pirate.
The pirate who pulled off the biggest heist in history. And got away with it.
Yeah, see, that's all good exposition. So, who knows, maybe this guy will be part of the trailer VO.
I looked him up.
It's great.
Over
Can we-
400 million. Over
Can we-
$400 million worth of gold and jewels, all from one single ship. The Gunsway.
I'm familiar with the story. Can you get to the point?
I occupied the highest cell in the Spaniard's prison. Here. I hope someday you will find your way into this infernal place, bear my cross, and discover the riches of paradise.
So yeah, don't know if I'm going to use that yet, because it just got to see what other stuff I've related. Right now my cat Uni is in front of the monitor. Okay, now he's away. Sorry.
What do you want?
Well, if you like cats, then I'm not sorry.
The riches of paradise.
It's a metaphor.
No. You and your friends did not pay to get into this infernal place in search of a metaphor. I want in.
Right. I'll tell you what.
She let me. This is really. Oh no, I can't. Never mind.
Let me go up there, check out the prison cell. If there's still anything there after 3,
Okay.
we can take this up with Rafe.
Don't need any of this. Tactful Twitch says, noob question. Sorry, how are you physically slicing this footage out? Are you using a shortcut to slice, then deleting the footage you don't need? How do the markers you're placing work? Okay, so what I'm using right now is there's a shortcut called Ripple Trim Previous Edit to Playhead. So what that does is, so if I put my cursor here and I hit that shortcut, it's going to take all the stuff that comes before the playhead, cut it out, and then move everything backwards. So like that. You see? So, if I just, it's basically if I cut this, deleted this, and then deleted that, but in one shortcut. Or there's another shortcut for like a trim. Let's see. This one here, trim previous edit to playhead. So this is the same thing except without moving everything backwards. So if you do that one, it goes like that. Or I could do the end here like that. Or I could cut off the end and then have everything move back. So it's a really good shortcut for going through footage exactly the way that I am. Like, because of shortcuts like this, whenever I see in tutorials or anything, anyone using, like, they pick up like the blade tool and they click the thing and then they use, oh God, I'm like, oh, you could be doing it so much more efficiently. Just let me help you. I mean, maybe they're doing that because for the audience, because they want the audience to know what's going on. Like right now, you had to ask me what I was hitting. So, but even but editor friends of mine, I've seen use like the tools with a mouse, and I'm like, no, don't, just. Yeah. So, Tactful Twitch. Let me find, where's the link to my. So hold on. This is the link to my blog post, which has like all the shortcuts that I use. And yeah, no, there's no direct resource. So that blog post will be the resource. So use that, send it to your friends. That's why I made it. But I mean, basically, if you ever find yourself doing something while you're editing just over and over and over again, you ask yourself, could I be doing this faster? There's probably, if you're using the mouse, first of all, the answer is always yes. Because the only thing that I really, really need to use my mouse for is like scrolling or double clicking on transitions in order to change the duration, because there's no way to do that without a mouse, unfortunately. Like in Avid has a shortcut which basically you hit the button and it brings up a window that says it's all about the transition. So you can set how many frames before the cut the transition starts, how many frames after, and you can delete it. I think you can delete it on that page, or this is a shortcut for deleting transitions too. But whenever I need to change the transition duration, which is all the time, I always have to double click it and then change it here, which kind of frustrates me because I do it all the time. Like I used to, I worked for a company called Media Blasters, which released anime DVDs, and one thing we did was Voltron. So one thing we had to do was remove dust from the film print, but like we didn't have like the good tools for doing that. Like, like After Effects now would be great because they got like the brush and there's a lot of other things. We're using Final Cut Pro 7 or maybe even 6. And the way we were doing that was basically for every bit of dust that we wanted to take out, we had to like crop down and feather around that piece of dust and then kind of use a frame before or after that. And then we did it for like every single piece that we wanted to take out. And it took forever. But at the end of that process, you know, when I first, like every single piece of dust maybe took me like, I don't remember, 30 seconds or more. And then I was like, this has got to be a faster way to do this. So then by the end, it was a lot less than that. Yes, Grimsoul, oh my God, you have no idea. My timeline was like, it was like a sandcastle because you got all the little bits of the previous frames on top. And then, oh, yeah. But so if you see Voltron now, like the original Voltron, it's probably something that I worked on with my coworkers. I got really fast at it too. I got really fast at a shitty process that it should never have been done that way. And then like we didn't, if you know what an inverse telecine is, that's the one you take, because you got, when you transfer film to video, it's 24 frames a second and then it becomes 2997. But then that means it gives you a lot of extra like interlaced frames because it has to fill in those extra frames with something. So the way we should have done it was reverse telecine it back to 24, so there was none of those extra frames, and then done that, and then convert it back to 29 and 7, because otherwise, so what would happen was we'd also do it, I think it was, no, it wasn't low res, but anyway, when the guy QAing it, like we'd make it higher resolution again, they'd QA it, and then just all be like little flickers and stuff, because we're copying pasting interlaced frames onto things, and it was super not good. It was very hacky.
How you gonna get up there anyways?
Climb. Oh, unless, of course, you want to do it.
So anyway, one more time. Ripple, trim. Okay, take these shortcuts and just sear them into your brain, because I think, actually no, by the default shortcuts, I think on Premiere they're like Q and W or something, but since my Q and W were already set to like go to in point and go to out point, I didn't change them. I think that's how they were in Final Cut. No, that's an Avid shortcut actually. So I just, my shortcuts are a mix of Avid, Final Cut 7, Final Cut 10, and Premiere, and then just whatever I found, wherever I found space on the keyboard, which actually that's another thing about Premiere is that,
Oh, unless, of course, you want to do it, since you...
they need to make a UI for keyboard shortcuts. I'm surprised they haven't done that yet. Because then, otherwise you don't know, I mean, the only way to know if my like E key is a shortcut is like I type in E, but then it's going to search every single thing that has an E, so then how are you going to find it? You know? Unless you have a UI which tells you, oh, your E key is set to this.
You know,
But,
don't break your neck.
That's...
you know, new version of Premiere has like 360 video support and VR stuff. It's like, I'm not going to use that though. Well, I'll probably use it, but it's, I like whenever they put out stuff that it's a, you know, it's a, they're little things like that, little shortcuts, because those are things that just add up over time, save you time.
You made it. What'd you find? Greg?
Nah, I'm not gonna use that.
What?
place was picked clean. If there's a clue hidden up there somewhere, I couldn't find it.
Are you sure? Were you looking in the right place?
Maybe I missed something in the letter.
Can you send me this?
Could have been another tower that collapsed centuries ago.
Yeah.
There any plans to this place?
Actually, I wonder, like, are there like going rates for bribes? And like, depending on the person, you know, how high does it go? It's kind of like, you know, it's like, oh, I always worry about what's my freelance rate supposed to be for like this client or whatever. It's like, but there's probably people out there who just have to bribe people all the time. But like, and like someone, like the first time they had to bribe someone, you know, they had to have like a first time. And it's like, oh, I've never done this before. Like, how? It's like, is 1,000 too low? And there's like a guy's like, it's like, you rookie. Don't go lower than this for your first bribe, unless they're like paid this much an hour. Then you can then you can go this low, or you know.
Files.
Somewhere out there, there's some like criminal or criminal wannabe who's like, oh man, I don't know how much to bribe people for, which I can't look it up on the internet. Could I? I could go to the dark web.
Okay, go look through those, okay? See what you can do.
Couldn't need any of this.
Well, I'll talk to Sam. He's our agent.
No,
Maybe he can make sense of this whole mess.
I should write that down actually, because I also I used to do stand up and open mics, so I still write down stuff, but I haven't done it in ages. Criminals who don't know how much to bribe people because it's their first time. Brilliant. Could work on that.
Right. I'll look through the files.
Yeah.
Turn around.
Anyway, I can use any of that.
When you're done talking to him, come and find me.
Taxable Twitch says, semi-related. Reminds me of a very short comic from illustrator Olivia Wen. See how short it is, because I don't want to... It's not going to be interesting if... I'll check it out later, but thank you for the link.
You got it.
Gringo, if I catch you fighting one more time, 1 week in the hole for you.
Yeah, freelance rates are always a thing, because like the thing with certain like professional topics, I see people ask the same questions all the time, because I mean there's always new people coming into the business and they want to know the same things that I knew, and then the question is pretty much always, or the answer is always the same. There's like, well, it depends on where you live. You know, if you live in Colorado versus LA or New York, or you know, Delaware or Ohio, whatever, it's, you know, people aren't going to pay as much depending. But sometimes, every now and then, like there's a editors subreddit just called editors, yeah, just editors, and every now and then people post and they'll just say what they make and what city they're in. So, you know, there's some forum posts like that every now and then if you just Google around.
Lo siento, chicos. Tengo que irme. Claro.
Can't do that. But then you got to ask yourself, like, well, but then how much experience does that person have versus my experience? So
Just another day at the office.
it's a complicated topic. But at the very least, make sure you're making more than minimum wage, because
You're gonna keep me in suspense, are you?
you know, if you're going to be buying all this software or paying subscription and everything, and then you went to college or whatever, you have all this training, then just make sure that you get paid more than minimum wage.
You were right.
And like the good minimum wage, not like, you know, it's not $15 an hour everywhere. In California, it's $15, I think now. Because
No, we were right. We just gotta find Rafe.
Rafe.
like I've had other friends who do different things.
Don't start, please.
Oh, come on.
They're like very specialized.
We did this. You and me.
Don't start, please.
Oh, come on.
I'm not going to use any of this. Who did things like they're very specialized, maybe it's like sewing or sculpting or something like that. And they spend like a day, like literally a day, and they'd be like, oh, I don't know, it's like $200 too much. I wouldn't pay. It's like, no, it's a custom piece. If it's custom, then it's one of a kind and it's valuable.
Now this rich asshole comes in on the tail end.
How long have we been trying to get in here?
It's a pretty okay line.
How long have we been trying to get in here?
I'm gonna just put this under questions. Oh, right. You also asked what the markers are doing. So I've explained this before in another thing, but I'll explain again. I'll probably just explain everything I do every single time I do this, because I don't expect you to watch everything that came before this. So because the way that I'm doing these is basically like cut a section out and then paste it next to all the other stuff, I have the markers for each section. So like this section's called exposition here, and then this one's called questions. I put the marker at the end of the section that it's delineating, because when I copy and paste, if like, so right now the marker is above this cut, but if I paste insert here, then the marker moves forward. It doesn't paste like after the marker. So that way, so right now, so that's why I put it at the end, so then that it'll stay in that section. And then later on, because later on when I'm going through different sections of selects, I want the marker to be at the beginning. I'll just move everything back, which is probably not, it's probably a better way to do that, but it's what I do for now.
Didn't. Okay, not one. So like it or not, no Rafe, no Vargas, and no getting in here.
Speaking of Vargas, we got a problem.
What kind of problem?
Actually, we don't need the part about Vargas, but
No Vargas, and no getting in here.
We got a problem.
we got a problem. That's a good setup line. So I'll put that in a group called statements.
What kind of problem? Did he let you into the old prison? Oh.
And what kind of problem is a good question. So, I'm just looking for like the building blocks to create ways to tell the story in the
Did he
trailer.
let you into the old prison?
Yeah, he did.
All right.
After he read the letter.
That weren't necessarily how they're meant to be used, but it doesn't matter.
Hmm.
Because the trailer is, even though the trailer is still, you still want to tell the story of what the actual thing is, but you want to tell it in a way that's shorter, and maybe the lines of dialogue that they use to tell the same story in the game or the movie are too long to tell it that way, so you need to find ways to kind of cut corners.
So how much does he know? Does he know?
So, it's a good question that might set up something later.
Enough that he wants a cut.
Shit.
Okay, don't need any of that.
Rafe, if anybody else finds out about this,
I'll work it out with Vargas. Don't. Right now, let's get on to more important matters.
All right. Let's find somewhere a little more private.
Don't need any of this.
all right, coast is clear.
Okay, so.
This might be useful.
Okay, so what do we got?
So actually, I use my mouse a lot for making selects, because it's just a lot of editors can get by just using the keyboard, especially Avid editors. But there's certain things I just think are just faster to do with the mouse. Like if I want to go here to here to here to here, then use a mouse. I'm not going to rewind and fast forward every single time. It's kind of imprecise. So.
Oh, shit.
Huh? Hey.
May I?
But I also just try to have shortcuts that accommodate using either keyboard or mouse or both. Just so then that wherever my hands are, I know how to do something very quickly. Yes, to move my hands all the way over here is takes too long sometimes.
Wood with gold and silver inlay. It's well made.
Okay, done with that.
It's hollow.
See, stuff like this is way too specific. You would never focus on such a small detail in the trailer. You need to think bigger, more broad
Why would
story
Avery's men
points.
go through the trouble of hiding a cheap crucifix?
Yeah, I think it's too specific.
It's not a crucifix. Technically, a crucifix is a representation of Jesus.
Okay, actually, that's something I didn't know. A little history.
Technically, a crucifix is a representation of Jesus.
I mean, I knew it was Jesus, but I didn't know that it was not just person who's crucified, because I didn't grow up with any religion.
It's not Jesus.
Well, you're right. There's no crown of thorns. He's tied to the cross. Well, if it's not Jesus, then
Okay, don't need any of this.
Digna factus recipimus. We receive.
So I don't know, like, how many. Well, my parents are Taiwanese. I don't know what like the pervasiveness is of like Christianity and like Taiwanese or Chinese culture. I know I see a lot of Korean churches.
We
We
receive.
receive the due rewards of our deeds.
Look at you.
But I didn't have anything like that growing up.
That's the benefit of growing up in a Catholic orphanage. That's St. Dismas.
Yeah, penitent thief. What's the connection?
Guys, let's just pretend I skipped all of Sunday school.
Okay, during the crucifixion.
And that was the other thing was, when I was a kid, my other friends would talk about going to Sunday school. I had no idea what they're talking about. I'm like, what is this Sunday school that you talk about? And like, I actually, until I was about 8 or 9, I went to Chinese school on Sundays. I'm like, oh, that's Sunday school. But in retrospect, I'm like, whoa, every Sunday you're just learning about religion? That sucks. I mean, I also didn't like Chinese school, so. But, I don't know. I guess no one wants to go to school on Sunday.
Jesus is placed between two thieves, okay? One of them mocked Jesus. The other one, this guy, was penitent. He accepted his punishment with grace, and Jesus brought him to paradise.
Penitent thief.
Never use any of this.
You figured it out?
There is a cathedral of St. Dismas in Scotland.
Yeah, these are... Okay, I'll take this. I don't think I'm going to use this, but...
You figured it out.
There is a cathedral of St. Dismas in Scotland.
But I don't want to, like, end up going through all this dialogue and then realizing I don't have any story dialogue.
Technically, a crucifix is a represent. Wait, the last sighting of Avery was in Scotland.
That can't be a coincidence.
No.
That can't be a coincidence.
No.
You know, I had my doubts about you too, but let's find Vargas. Get the hell out of this shithole.
Okay, don't need any of this. I'm going to fight. I don't think I'll need any of this.
Let me guess, this is the guy you picked to...
You know, I have so many friends. Mira, nos ganaste, ¿okay?
Okay, don't need any of this.
Alguien más necesita que le recuerde las reglas. ¡Alíñense!
¿Qué es esto? ¿Eh? Dame.
Are you bringing in contraband?
Vargas.
¡Cállate! Who do you think you are? Llévalo a su celda. Me trae los gringos a mi oficina.
I wish I'd remember more Spanish I took in high school. I remember some of those words. I know how to say shut up.
Déjanos.
Kids always want to learn the most offensive thing. I remember in Spanish class we're watching, I can't remember. It wasn't like a Robert Rodriguez film. It was something else. But we're reading the subtitles, and of course, like the word "fuck" comes up, and I was like, "Oh, wait, what did he say? What was that one?" It's like, "Oh, now you're paying attention."
Took you long enough. We almost got killed, you know?
You still might.
Vargas. Seriously?
Oh, I didn't find anything. Must be in a different tower. Must be in a different tower.
What can I say? I was raised Catholic. I always carry one.
Funny.
Hey,
How did that happen?
Hey, look.
Oh no, wait, never mind. I thought it got undeleted somehow or something.
It's worthless, all right?
You think I'm an idiot?
Okay, you want to renegotiate, fine. Stop acting like a third world thug. Put the gun away. Thank you.
This guy his voice reminds me a little bit of Steve Buscemi. Or Steve Buscemi. I think there was like a Colbert interview where he's like, "How do you actually say your name?" He's like, "Well, I respond to both, but I think like the old, like if you go like to old country or something, it's like Buscemi."
We're willing to give you 10%.
Or like that's another thing I think about is like during all these scenes where they're doling out how much people earn, you know, it's like, you know, 10%, 20%. How do you decide? I wouldn't be good at negotiating.
We're doing most of the work, 20, and you'd never find it without us.
25 equals
25.
Yeah, on the side, just divided everything up evenly. Be like, yeah, that's what we'll do.
Suppose I can live with that.
Sure. Maybe 400 million divides nicely by 4.
Looks like we have a deal.
That might be useful for something.
yes,
Who
we
knows?
have a deal. And if you ever cross me
He's a bad guy. He's bad.
That's that.
Are you out of your goddamn mind? Are you out of your goddamn mind?
You want to find out?
I'll put those together. They go together. Well, but then... No, I'll keep it together. I might not even use it.
Guys, what are we doing here?
We're sticking to the plan.
Was this part of the plan?
Just follow me.
Come on. Come on! Sam! Come on! I'll pull you up! I got you! Come on!
I'll put this under scenes. Spoilers. Not really. You know he's okay.
Oh no, he's still...
Oh, too bad that gunshot's there. It's always good to have people yelling. But think about, I wanted to make a supercut of... There's a lot of shots that just trailer editors use all the time, which I'm guilty of also.
Gotta move.
But like, you know, there's always gonna... I did something similar for like anime openings, but I haven't quite figured out all the ones that I would do. If I watched enough trailers, I would probably figure it out. But like, there's always someone yelling in a trailer for like end montage. You know, it'd be like action, action, action. Then someone going, you know, for just like 10 frames. Oh, if you got it in the movie, then it's gonna be in the trailer. Just like if it's an action movie, there's always gonna be at least one like sex shot.
Oh no, he's still down there!
Either someone having sex, or kissing, or just person in a bikini, like in Star Trek.
Oh no, he's still down there!
No, he's gone. Come on, the boat's just beyond the wall.
No, I can't. Can't leave him behind.
Nate, your brother is dead. Either come with me or join. Either come here or join him. Just have it your way.
Yeah, that. Every video game trailer. Yeah, that's the. You know, the thing about supercuts is that the part that takes a long time isn't actually the editing part. It's just gathering footage and then organizing it. Because once it's organized, it's basically done. Like that anime opening trailer or supercut thing that I made, I did that in a weekend. Actually, scratch that. I did that like in an afternoon. And it's like my #1 video on YouTube, of course. Because people like supercuts. It's good clickbait.
Okay. According to your signal, you're at the coordinates.
I don't think clickbait was even a term when I put that out.
Sign of our hall.
No, not yet anyway. You got any pings from up there?
Afraid not.
But also because all the openings are only a minute and a half, so it's pretty easy to go through them all. So I just spent, you know, an hour or two just on YouTube looking for like anime opening, textless, no text, because I mostly use ones which didn't have text, because I just wanted to look good.
I'll just keep heading down.
Otherwise, I would have put more. But like everyone's like, oh, I mean, if you put any list or any supercut of anything on the internet, then someone's gonna find one that wasn't in there, because of course they're going to.
Yeah, sure.
It's usually like their favorite anime. They're like, oh, you didn't put my anime. It's like, well, you know, life goes on. It's okay. Don't use me as validation of your own interests. Just like the things you like. Because you know why? There's tons of people out there who hate the thing that you like. So don't worry. I guarantee it.
Look at that. You struck copper.
It's like whenever a game comes out that universal praise, and there's one person who didn't like it, and they're like, fuck you, man, fuck you, blah, 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 death threats are gonna kill your parents, and blah, 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 and stuff. how dare you have opinions? You're wrong.
Client's paying good money.
It's like, no, it's an opinion, which means it can't be wrong.
Sure you don't want to just melt
It's
it
an
down and make
opinion.
some pennies?
First round's on me.
Bar hopping with you guys?
If you came out with a review that said, you know, Nathan Drake played by Troy Baker, okay, that's wrong. And then you can correct that. But if you say, I don't think Nolan North is good as Nathan Drake, then okay, that's fine.
Not unless there's hazard pay. If it's all the same to you, I think I'm just gonna do the paperwork and get home and crack. Rain check though?
I don't even know if
Suit yourself. Hey,
I'm probably not gonna use any of this. Well, I could, but well, if I was gonna use this scene, I wouldn't be using this little minutia. I would probably just use this as, I don't know if there's time enough in the trailer to say, hey, Nathan Drake had a normal life. Oh, now he's getting pulled back in. But we're just worrying about dialogue right now.
hey, Nate. Nate, hold on.
Hey, what are you doing here?
I got a present for you.
Present.
Actually, if I was going to make one for a supercut for video games, the thing that I've been... See, the thing is with supercuts is that you just need to be constantly watching, and then you have to save the thing that you find once you see it, which I haven't been doing, because the thing that I wanted to do for a long time was I wanted to do a supercut of all the trailers where they had like a flying leap, because it's in everything. It's in like, there's like Dragon Age, and there's like God of War 3. I mean, sometimes it's like in the game, sometimes it's just in the trailer. But, you know, there's always like a flying leap, and it's a very specific framing. So like, actually, Assassin's Creed 2 Brotherhood, I think one of them ends with, you know, this the guards, and then there's the assassins, and they're doing the flying leap, and then it's got the sword coming, and then it cuts the title. And like, you know, the 300 trailer also has that, but from below. So I don't know.
Right.
The thing is that at a certain point, you're just eliminating every single camera angle possible for every action.
What's this?
There's no way to not
Got some
repeat.
news from my contact about that wreck off the coast of Malaysia.
I mean, it's still funny though.
Oh no.
The ship's intact. Cargo's right from digging.
You are persistent. I'll give you that.
And all the money came from equipment too. We are all set. Except my best guy, the guy I trust for the job, the only one. He's got cold feet.
My feet were never warm. Tell me this contact yours. You get the permits?
No, he did not get the permits. Can't even get the damn permits. But Nate, don't you see that works in our favor?
No, I'm not gonna use any of this.
It's ours.
No permits means no go.
Nate, this is retirement money for the both of us. Hey, I don't know about you, but I want to be working salvage when I'm 60. Do you?
Sure beats prison. Listen, I have to pass. Trust me, so should you.
Okay, just take it with you. Humor me.
I'm not gonna change my mind.
No, then don't hard to sleep on it. Does it?
Say hi to Carla and the kids for me.
All right. No pressure, Nate. But think about it.
Yeah, because I was thinking of, so definitely gonna have a cold open trailer, because that's what I do, and I like them.
You really did your homework on this.
And then probably just gonna have to introduce Nate's brother as soon as possible, since he's such a big part.
Narrow down the search area.
Assuming I don't start with
Would
Nathan's
make a hell of a
brother.
find. Son of a bitch.
No way. You are going with the others.
Nope. This. Actually, you know, I'm probably not gonna use any of this either. Well, actually, maybe. Let's see.
Done.
I don't-
Okay. Oh,
I was really trying to figure out what they're eating here. Like, what are they?
yeah.
Hold on. Go full screen.
You know,
It's like, it looks like,
it's
it looks like
Probably.
fruit,
way too long and
but it's probably like, oh wait, no, it's baby corn. And then looks like there's some tomatoes. I guess it's supposed to be soup or something.
full of typos, but that's what editors are for, right? God, I'm starving.
I don't, that's the thing about Western cinema versus like Hong Kong or Japan or something. I think they don't, unless it's well, actually, okay, maybe American, because if it's like an Italian movie or something like that, then they can be showing people eating all the time, like, you know, Goodfellas. But like, that's the thing in like Hong Kong movies and anime, there's always, they really focus on the food, which, I mean, I know why you would want to not do that when you're filming a movie, because the actors have to either eat it, constantly, or they have to like eat it and throw it up or something for another take, or maybe they get full. So it's a little logistical thing. Then the food will get cold because shooting movies takes a really long time. But I'm always interested in what people are eating.
Looks good.
Mm-hmm. So, how was your day?
What?
Huh?
Got none of that.
Also, probably in like video games, just you gotta have the thing, and then it has to go in the mouth and like disappear. And
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. How?
a friend of mine is a programmer. Actually, he's works at Naughty Dog actually, and he said it's easier to make a guy shoot another guy than him hug another guy. That's why there's so many games with shooting. Just easy. Got hugging, you got to worry about collision and all this other stuff.
How was your day?
Oh,
More
it was fine.
technical than I know.
Day in paradise.
Mm-hmm.
I got to pull a bunch of garbage out of a river. Yes.
At least you got to go for a swim. Did you find any exciting garbage?
Oh, some brilliant stuff. It was a early 21st century truck. We got, apparently the natives called it a semi. Some boring stuff. Tell me about the article.
Well, it started out as this fluff piece about tourism in Bangkok, but I don't think the magazine's gonna like the angle I'm taking because everyone immediately commented about it.
Okay, not gonna use any of this.
What?
Where are you?
I got to replay this scene. Try the other dialogue options.
What? Just keep going. It was interesting.
Oh, interesting. What's my article about?
Actually, I didn't hear this dialogue because when I was recording this, so I was capturing 5.1 audio. So it was 5.1 audio into my computer, and then the HDMI out from my card to the TV was only sending the first two channels, which was only left and right. So when I was capturing all this, the cutscenes, the dialogue would cut out. So I haven't heard this yet.
The people of Bangkok, and the smog, and how they can't get a flight anywhere, and people can't breathe.
Wow.
I would like to think that these whole dialogue scenes were improvised. I could see that happening, But like, all right, Nolan, we're gonna have 3 dialogue options, and I'll just give it to you when we start shooting, and you have to say what the article is about. Like, all right, people of Bangkok, go.
Wow.
All right, I'm sorry.
No, it was valiant.
I was in the
really
ballpark, right?
in a different state, but Jameson asked you about that Malaysia job again.
Jameson always asks me about the Malaysia job.
Look, Nate, I really think that you should take it.
You know what? I don't want it. Really. I mean, he doesn't have the permits. And we agreed we're not going to take that kind of work anymore. It's just not worth it.
It doesn't sound that risky. All right, if it's just a permit,
No way.
you could call Sullivan. You haven't seen him in over 2 years.
Could we please drop this?
Okay, I just don't want you to not take it because of me.
I'm not taking it because of me, okay? I appreciate the gesture. It's just...
I'm gonna go ahead and do the dishes.
Stop. I'll do it. No,
You did them last
No,
night.
you cooked. I cleaned. It's fine.
I mean, at least let me try to earn it or something. Let me.
You'll play me for
Yeah,
it?
yeah. You're.
Also, that's not a lot of food. It's like a tiny little bowl. He's a big guy, and he's doing all the physical activity all the time. Can't be enough.
TV game thing. I bet I can beat your high score.
You think that you can beat my high score on my TD game thing?
Yeah, I think you're scared now.
You don't even know what it's called.
I don't need to know what it's called. I've seen you play. It's jumping and running, and I have a natural talent for that. So, what do you say? Chicken? Is it a bet?
Oh, wow. Okay, cowboy. You asked for it.
Oh, you gotta be kidding me. I practically had it.
You can give it another shot. Come on, double or nothing. My car could really use a good cleaning.
Are you gonna start the snack talking
There's
now?
this mode called easy mode and just switch it. It's way easier on
Just
easy
keep
mode.
talking. Keep talking.
What are you gonna do?
I'm
What are
warning
you gonna do?
I'm
In real life, what
Hey,
can you do? Show me. What can you do in real life?
Like, just think, there's so many versions of this scene where they're just going through each other's bodies because the collision looks like a horror show.
Hey, are you happy?
Yeah, of course.
It's really funny to see when Naughty Dog games break or like stuff clips through everything because just everything's so polished that when like suddenly let you select sequence called cold opens because that's a good candidate. And actually, there's another option. So even though the boat thing is, it's the game's cold open, which,
Looking for my little brother.
all right, actually, I'm going to make a new select sequence called cold opens. Because that's a good candidate. And actually, so another option. So even though the boat thing is, it's the game's cold open, which that makes me less inclined to want to use it for my trailer, because I don't know, I just like when you see a movie or something and then it starts in a place you just totally didn't expect it to. Like, something I think about a lot is before I go to a movie, it's like, well, I've seen the trailers and stuff. Like, I wonder what the first shot's going to be. And of course, it's never what I think it's going to be. So it's nice to have surprises.
Yeah, can I help you? Yeah, look for my little brother. It's about your height, a little leaner, nothing less gray in the temples. Sam? It's good to see you again, Nathan. God, Sam. Oh, all right, take it easy.
So actually, I'm going to... Oh, crap. Somewhere I deleted my markers. Let's do this again. Okay. Oops. Keep that there. Put this in here. And then I'm going to make a new section. I'm going to call this story, which, I mean, exposition is basically the same thing as story, but not really.
It's about your height, a little leaner, nothing less gray.
I mean, there's other things that I would qualify as fit for a story category for dialogue, because there's certain lines that just say a lot unto themselves. They don't stand alone, but they're not quite exposition either.
Sam? Sam, oh, all right, take it easy. Ow, I saw you get shot. Yes, you did, right there. Jesus. Well, the doctors, they patched me up and they tossed me right back into the cell.
Actually, I'm also...
Sam? It's good to see.
I'll put this in multiple places. I'll just put this in my scenes also.
It's shot. Yes. Sam.
Oh, all right. Take it easy.
Ow. I saw you get shot. Ow. I saw you get shot. Yes, you did. Jesus. Well, the doctors, they picked me up and
Okay.
Yeah, but I made calls. I checked everywhere. Everything I heard, everything I found, it all confirmed you were dead. Nathan, we killed the guard. Okay, so they want to see you.
All right. Let's see.
Nathan, we killed a guard. Okay, so they wanted to see me rot in that cell for the rest of my life, and I nearly did. They wanted to see me rot in that cell for the rest of my life, and I nearly did. Jesus, Sam, man, if I had known, I swear to you, I would have come back. I know. It's important now, though, is that I'm out. It's important now, though, is that I'm out.
So, like, one option, for telling the story is, though we might skip it over entirely, is, then after this, Sam could go into, the whole Alcazar. His name's Alcazar? The drug lord guy. He'd go into that.
Hey.
And there's probably a lot of exposition that set the stakes, which, I'll probably do that.
Hey. You still with me? Need some air.
Yeah. I kind of want to watch the official trailer, but I shouldn't. I have to do my own. I'm going to do my own, then I'm going to watch it. But see, I'm just like, I know, obviously it's going to be, I'm going to be comparing it to mine when I watch it. And I'm like, oh God, I hope I like mine better. I mean, it's not a bad thing if it's better, but of course I want mine to be better, because you know,
You're not gonna pass out on me or nothing, are you?
I just might.
I want to make a good trailer. And also part of the reason I like to do these trailers is because well, sometimes I do it. I mean, I always do it because I like to do it, but I also like to do trailers for games that I like, which I think the trailers weren't super good. And there's all sorts of reasons that they could be
It's
not
a lot
good.
to digest, you know?
Because there's just a lot of people involved in making a trailer.
But how did you...
And, you know, maybe a trailer in a certain way sold more copies than a trailer made in another way, but also you wouldn't know because you can't, like, do it over.
How did you get out? When did you... How did you get out?
And I never blame the editor for like, if it's like a professionally done job, I never think to myself, oh man, that editor didn't know what they're doing. Because, you know, a lot of the times it could be like the editor totally knew what they're doing, but they had to do it because someone wanted it that way.
When did you get out?
Or maybe like 5 people had their own thing that they wanted and they had to satisfy all 5 conditions.
How did you get out? When did you get out? How'd you even get here? Find me?
All right. Slow down. Okay? Have a seat. I want to hear about you. Huh?
Me?
Yeah.
What's to tell?
Well, call some of your old contacts. Tell me some pretty crazy-ass stories.
Jeez, what crazy stories.
Got shot, hanging from a derailed train in the Himalayas.
Yeah, that actually happened.
Come on, man. What did I miss?
Jeez, Sam, where do I start?
Start with the best part.
Okay, do you remember the theory that we had that Sir Francis Drake faked his...
So if I was going to use these things, I would probably not use them for this trailer, but maybe like a summation, like or quadrilogy trailer. Tactful Twitch says, validating editing decisions as trailers is very, very hard. The best you can do is do multiple spots, see if one is received better. But even then, they must release sequentially, so spot 2's reception may have been influenced by spot 1. Yeah, there's all sorts of things.
Faked his own death?
Yeah, sure.
And, you know, there's people who are trying their best to sell a movie or game in the way that they think would work.
He did. I found the coffin.
But, you know, you have to hit as big a market as you want to, because you're spending a lot of money to make a trailer.
Off the coast of Panama?
Yeah.
And,
Yeah.
I mean, well, that's the thing. A lot of movies, they'll send it out to multiple places and then just pick the one that they like best.
All right, now get this. Okay, I open it up, right? And there's no body, but at the bottom is his old journal.
Okay, I'm not gonna use any of this, but you know, I'll just keep this. But also, like, you know, there's a lot of approaches for doing trailers and spots, especially for movies. Like, they'll say like, oh, this commercial is going to play during, I don't know, The Big Bang Theory, or this commercial is going to play during the X-Files revival. And there's probably a lot of crossover there. That's a bad example. So like, I don't know, Good Morning America or something else. So then you make the trailer differently, or the TV spot.
I mean, what can I say? Another lost city destroyed.
But I mean, I think if you tell the story that sounds interesting, then I think people will be interested.
I mean, what can I say? Another lost city destroyed, and we made it out alive. Barely.
Unbelievable.
Yeah. Yeah, it was. I wish you could have been there.
No, it's literally unbelievable.
This guy, I have mixed feelings about whenever commercials do things where they like the dialogue of the game where the movie interacts with the narrators, like hyping it up. So it'd be like, Uncharted 4 is the greatest game this year, and then they have the character go like,
No, it's literally unbelievable.
like it's really silly. They do it all the time, but I mean, I kind of think it's funny also. I think it's dumb, but it's also kind of funny.
You tell me you stumble upon yet another archaeological gold mine, and somehow you manage to walk away with nothing.
Yeah, well, it's a story of my life, I guess. But, you know, I managed to grab a few trinkets here and there.
Paid off the car, the house, engagement ring. Engagement ring. I'm married. I can't believe Elena from the stories. That's my wife. You gotta come meet her tonight. Dinner at my place. You're coming to dinner. I can tell her all about you. Shit, I can tell her all about you.
Nathan, I'm in a lot of trouble about you.
Here we go. Here's the juice.
Nathan, I'm in a lot of trouble here.
What?
What are you talking about? What kind of trouble?
Does the name Hector Alcazar ring a bell with you?
Yeah, he's the drug lord.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, sorry, that's gross. I just cracked my neck.
Mm-hmm.
Butcher of Panama, right? Yeah, he's the drug lord. Butcher of Panama. Why?
Why? Oh no, just asking.
It's a funny story, but last year he was my cellmate. So this is how I got out of prison.
If I didn't practice kung fu, I would feel worse about cracking my neck all the time. But from watching movies, I think it's kind of cool. I was like in fight scenes before they start. They always crack their neck. They're like, "Oh yeah, shit's on." They had really good neck cracking sound effects in the first Matrix movie.
Well, you're not reading tonight. Samuel, come here.
I just remember when Smith, he's like straightening his shirt. It's like, I don't know what they use. I mean, it could have been actual neck crack sound effects. It's probably not though. It's probably like celery or something.
Samuel, come here.
No, I'm not gonna use any of this.
Listen. God, they're singing. Well, they're probably...
Actually, I remember one time, a friend of mine, he was like faking a neck crack, so he just took like a plastic bottle and he put it back there. Like, worked pretty well actually.
Perhaps, but they are content. How can they be content with their small lives, their miserable jobs?
I mean,
They have wives to own too. What do we got? Huh? No offense.
We have ambition.
Oh.
And when we get out of here, that ambition will take us to places these idiots cannot even imagine.
Yeah, well, amen to your optimism.
What will you do when you get out, Samuel? What will you do when you get out, Samuel?
See, if I was gonna use this Alcazar stuff, then
That's if I get out of here.
I probably won't even have him say anything if I
Sure, you can.
show it. Hi, kitty. Oops, sorry. Oh. Woke up. Where's the other cat?
I can.
But I want to hear you say it. I will find the greatest pirate treasure of all time, which I'm sure you are sick of hearing about by now.
Come here, say hi.
Oh no.
Yeah, play with a microphone. Do
Tale of
that.
Henry Avery and his 400 million in jewels and gold has become a sweet lullaby for me. Do you really think you can find it?
Given the opportunity? Absolutely.
Ambition. What is that Avery quote?
I'm a man of fortune.
Oh, here we go. That's a good line.
I am a man of fortune, and I must seek my fortune.
That's the opening quote of the game. Maybe I'll use it. But here's the other thing is that you know, lines of dialogue sometimes are good, but maybe they're not said in the right way. That's why a lot of times in trailers they have different dialogue takes. Like I just watched Civil War, and there's a line where Tony says like, "Sometimes I just want to punch you in your perfect teeth," which in the trailer the line comes off as confrontational and somewhat sincere, but in the movie they used to take which sounded more like kind of playful and kind of buddy-ish. So like it's like, oh, he doesn't actually mean it. It's like, oh, you know, sometimes I just want to punch you in your teeth, which he didn't say it like that because he's a better actor, and I don't know, he would use better subtlety than that. But the point is that the dialogue read was different because one worked for the trailer and one worked for the movie.
Yeah, can I help you? Yeah.
Oops, wrong section.
I like how we think.
The hell was that?
The opportunity of a lifetime.
Señor Alcázar, un gusto verlo.
Sácame de aquí. Oh, ¿qué hacemos con él? Samuel, are you ready to seek your fortune?
Sure, use that. Excuse me.
Yeah. Here, Samuel, drink. Oh, no, I'm good. I'm better than good, actually. You're dehydrated. Go on, drink. Thank you. So, what's next for Samuel today? Jesus, what is next? I take a bath. I'm gonna sleep on a real bed. We find a nice warm body to sleep next to me. Track my brother down. Seems like a pretty good start. It is. So, how long do you think it will take for you to retrieve Avery's treasure? I don't know. I mean, I get back to the States, I can resume my search. How long? It's kind of hard to say until I get started. You said you know where it is? Yeah, I do, okay, but listen, it's not like Avery left some map with a big red X on it, okay? But I've got some very specific ideas. Oh, okay. Just wait a minute. Hey, take it easy. Take it.
I'm gonna put this stuff in scenes because this is a whole thing.
I might want to find out.
Because the point of sorting everything is so then that you can find it easily later on. And if I just have the scene all over the place, well, I wouldn't search for it everywhere. I would just match back to the original clip and find it that way. But then,
I don't know. I mean,
Get back to the States, I can resume my search. How long? It's kind of hard to say until I get started. You said you know where it is? Yeah, I do, okay, but listen, it's not like Avery left some map with a big red X on it, okay? But I've got some very...
and also I was reading an article of, I forget what he edited, isn't it? But an editor who worked with David Zucker at one point and was talking about, it's just like a general tips article about editing. And then one of the things that the editor said was that he uses thumbnail view in his bins instead of list view, because then you can see the shots and you can also like hover scrub. I mean, all these shots, these are all like several minutes long, so it's a little less useful for that. But if you have like a movie and everything shot will just be generally one framing, unless it's an elaborate shot which has multiple things, you'll be able to see just from this what it looks like. Whereas if you have this, then you don't know. But I mean, that's also why you make select sequences. I don't know how other editors do it, but I do it this way with all these multiple sequences. And I basically, the other reason to do this is to just watch the footage that you have.
More importantly,
I believe you. That's why you were here. I can get it, okay? I just need some time. Let me go, Gio.
It's like I've never, well, that's not true. I've not never had assistants, but I've kind of never really had an assistant that would go through footage and break it down for me, so then I would look at it later. But because I think even if I did have that, I feel like it'd still just be watching. I guess you would have to just really just trust that assistant that they would keep all the good stuff, because I would always wonder if there was something like in between the shots that was missing.
You see, the problem is, I'm having all these doubts into my mind. Listen to me. I will find it. I swear. Hold on. I swear. Yeah. Hold on. 6 months.
I guess the really good assistants would be the ones that you train yourself, so then that you would know they're doing exactly what you want them to do because that's all you taught them.
People are lazy.
That's one reason that, like, in film production, I remember when I was a freshman in film school and I would be like a production assistant on sets, a lot of the thing I heard a lot was that people like to work with non-film students, because sometimes you get a film student who just like thinks that they know everything. They know how everything's done, how it's supposed to be done, and then when that didn't jive with what the production was actually doing, the student would be like, well, I'm right. And they'd be like, no, actually you're not, and we're not going to hire you again. Whereas if you get someone who doesn't know anything, you just tell them what to do and they learn on the job, and then they're perfect.
They always ask for more time than they actually need. 3 months. 3 months is a... 3 months. Half the treasure. Can you do it? Can you do it? Say it. 3 months. Half the treasure. Now, if you run, try to hide the treasure, or do something really stupid like go to the authorities. Oh no. When you least expect it, I will be there. At that point, death is not a mercy I will grant you. When you least expect it, I will be there. At that point, death is not a mercy I will grant you. Come on. Now, the nearest town. It's been a while since we've seen the sunrise outside, huh? Almost. Wait, don't worry. When the time comes, I'll be there to collect. When I find it. When I find it. Then what? Don't worry. When the time comes, I'll be there to collect.
That would be another when I do visuals, that's another category I have. I call it punctuation, where certain things happen in frame, like for example, you know, like people like jumping down onto things. Where is it? Yeah, like this. You know, I would put that in a string I call punctuation, because, you know, use that for music hit or just emphasize it with something. That would be part of my supercut. It would be like all those moments where as soon as something happens, like especially like door closing, whatever, like this, they always cut like right here to the next thing, which would be like an explosion. Actually, hold on, let me just find an explosion, just for example. That's something we do all the time because it's cool, because it's fun. It's satisfying. It's weird because the sound effect is here, but the thing's already happened by then. So, but the visual starts here. So, I'll do this. So if I did in the trailer, if I use this line, I would overlap this dialogue a little bit here. Hold on, let me give myself more room. So let's see. We have it end here.
I'll be there to collect.
Something like that. Trailer editors do that all the time.
I'll be there to collect.
Oops. That can't move over.
I'll be there to collect.
And then like fade to black or something. Anyway. That would be on the shit trailer editors do show reel. There's one that a motion graphics guy did. So it's like shit that motion graphics people do. And they went through all like kind of like, there's a lot of tropes in motion graphics. Like there's like certain like flat style and there's you know, there's like little vector explosion things. So yeah, if you're watching trailers, just look for all those moments when like, or if you see a door about to close, then expect an explosion at the other side. Someone who did that was the first person to do that. But actually, no, well, that's just an editing thing though, so it's not just trailers, because in movies they'll match cut something like that, because it'll be like an anticipation of something, and then something big will happen.
Alcazar lets me go, and
Here we are. This is bad. This is bad. Just pick up the trail where we left off. Wait, trail? Sam, there's no trail. After Rafe and I escaped, he took his parents' fortune and bought up all the land around St. Dismas Cathedral. We combed that place for weeks. Avery's treasure isn't there. Not that that's top Rafe. Moron's been digging for years. Still.
just pick up the trail where we left off.
The trail? Sam, there's no trail. After Rafe and I escaped, he took his parents' fortune and bought up all the land around St. Dismas Cathedral. We combed that place for weeks. Avery's treasure isn't there.
Yeah, so here's an example. If I was going to use these lines of dialogue, some of these I would use, some of these I would not, because some of them, they tell the story enough for the trailer, but for the game you need a little bit more. So like,
Just pick up the trail where we left off. And
Wait, trail? Sam, there's no trail. After Rafe and I escaped, he took his parents' fortune and bought up all the land around St. Dismas Cathedral. We combed that place for weeks.
you know, if we're not going to talk about Rafe, then we don't need that whole section. So if I was going to cut this section for the trailer, then it'd be like,
just pick up the trail where we left off. And
Wait, trail?
Put the trail where we left off. And
take out a little hesitation there.
Wait, trail? Sam, there's no trail.
we left off.
Or, you know, take out the question, skip
Where we
to.
left off.
Sam, there's no trail. After Rafe and I... We combed that place for weeks. Avery's treasure isn't there.
You know, there. So it'd just be those lines.
Not that that stopped Rafe.
I guess that's also less in just editing or trimming down dialogue in general. If like you're in the scripts phase, you're like, does this line need to exist? I do that with my emails, actually. I'd be like, because I sometimes use a lot of hesitation words in my emails. And like, well, why am I saying no? Or why am I being wishy-washy about this thing? Just say this. They don't need to know that I'm trying to do something. They just need to know I did it or didn't do it. So simplify, make it shorter.
Moron's been digging for years. Still hasn't turned up squat.
Not really surprised.
We combed that...
Not really surprised.
What does that mean?
I just, happened to do a little digging of my own. And I bet you Rafe doesn't have this. It's really amazing what you can find on the internet these days.
It's just the St. Dismas cross.
Oh, yeah, because the one we found was broken and hollow, remember?
contact.
And see, I wouldn't use any of this stuff because, well, I could, but I think there's probably a line in here. It'd be a lot easier to just get going.
Avery made more than one cross. So whatever's missing from the one in Panama is probably still inside this one. Well, all right. Well, where's this? Oh, this exquisite piece is going up for auction in 3 days at the Rossi estate. The Rossi estate? Well, you know it. Yeah. And how do you plan on securing an invite to an exclusive, heavily guarded black market auction? Well, you don't necessarily need an invitation, per se. Yeah. And where are you gonna get the money? I'll bet all the high rollers. I can take a second mortgage out on my house, and it still wouldn't be enough to. Yeah, you're gonna try and steal it, huh? No. We are.
Some reason this moment when he just breathes out this smoke just really stuck out to me. Maybe it's like his lips, because I mean I know they did a mix of facial capture this time and keyframe animation, because usually they just keyframe animate everything, but probably because of the fidelity they decided to do facial capture too. But
We
no.
are.
I don't know why it sticks out. I'm like, that looks good.
No, man, listen, I can't. I'm out.
What?
No, I just don't do that kind of thing anymore.
Okay, so this stuff, you know, this line could be used in context with something else. Doesn't have to be specifically with this, but
Besides, there are plenty of other guys that are much more equipped to handle this kind of thing.
Like who?
I don't know, like anybody. Charlie Cutter.
No.
No, he's my
No,
go-to
no,
guy for
no,
this sort of.
this is the thing like this game. They have a PS1, and Drake has a flip phone here. Later on, they have a smartphone, but I guess that's one that Sully got. So I guess it is modern times, but some reason Drake has a flip phone here. Like I was trying to, when they had the PS1, I'm like, wait, so does Uncharted take place in the past? Like, no, they have smartphones though. So I guess they just held on to a PS1.
No, he's my
No,
go-to
no,
guy for
no,
this sort of thing.
absolutely not. I don't trust Charlie or anybody else that you've got in that phone with my life, okay? I need you on this one.
Okay, good line.
Sam's gotta be another way.
Oh wait, actually, my other cold open idea was the chase when they're leaving prison. You know, it'd be great. Just start off with drums and everything. And then what I was going to do is steal this line. You know, something like that. That'd be a good cold open. So this one. Wait, where'd my boat go? Okay, so these are current ideas. Either open, could open quiet, could open with this chase scene, could open this one, which should basically end the same way except it would start differently. But still a lot more I could possibly use.
Not with the time I got left. Certainly not with others. Hey, that's me. Yeah, listen, you're not gonna believe this. Jameson just walked in here with the permits. Yeah, I know, but it's like I'm gonna take that Malaysia job after all. See anything yet? It's a bunch of high-class, low-life criminals all cleaned up for prom. And no sign from Sullivan yet. There's still plenty of time. Looks like the storage room's in the building behind the manor. You see it from up there? Just the very top of it. Oh, I wonder what they got tucked away in there.
let's just focus on Avery's Cross, okay? No, just trailing, pick up something for the wife. It's cute. Let's keep it simple. Right, simple. It'll be a whole lot simpler if it was just the two of us. Sam, we could be inside already, not cleanly. Have you even thought about a backup plan in case Sullivan gets cold feet? No, because he won't. Or if he got caught. Sam, he knows the people running the auction. He's gonna schmooze his way right through that.
Probably not going to do anything with this auction. I might use a little something or some action sequences, but I don't think I'll use any of this dialogue.
Get upstairs, unlock the window, and we're in. It's a solid plan.
Though.
Unlock the window through that party. Get up. Schmooze his way right through that party. He's gonna schmooze his way right through that party. Get upstairs, unlock the window, and we're in.
See, something like that has potential for setting up an ironic situation. Or like he explains it so simply, but then I intercut it with everything going wrong.
It's a solid plan.
Basically just keeping open to any idea.
Fine. Good. Say it.
What if he stole the cross for himself?
Not in a million years.
Victor Sullivan.
Because, the game is 10, 15 hours long. Well, okay, so I played it as fast as possible on easy with like auto aim and everything, and it was about 10 hours long. But that's still a lot of stuff if what you're making is only going to be 2.5 minutes.
Same Victor we're talking about, right?
Yes, he's double-crossed people in the past, but not us.
No, not you.
I know you two have never seen eye to eye.
Huge understanding.
But I trust him, all right? He's family. And,
I just need you.
Oh, wait, actually,
no.
Huge understanding.
But I trust him, all right? He's family.
so even though he's talking about Sully here, if the trailer needs to justify Sam, because Drake's talking to someone else about him, he could be using that line. We could use that line for him talking about Sam instead.
No. I just need you to trust him, too.
Fine.
He'll come through for us. Eventually.
So,
Come on.
because as long as the spirit of the story is coming through, then I think it's okay to manipulate stuff like that.
At least just for 1 second, consider the possibility.
See? Trust.
We're telling a smaller story in a trailer, but we're not telling a different story, if that makes sense.
Just try to keep your tux clean.
Thanks.
Except there have been movie trailers like that. Like, I think it's... What is it? Like World's Greatest Dad or Greatest Dad in the World? Robin Williams movie. Where it's actually like super, super fucking dark. But they're like, we can't sell this movie. Let's make it look like a comedy. So then we'll have all these really pissed off people go see the movie. Or, well, all these people go to the movie and get super pissed off because it wasn't what they thought it was going to be. But at least we got their money.
Hi. Thanks.
Yeah. See, that I would, yeah. If I was the editor on that trailer, I would be like, oh God, sorry,
Nathan.
world.
What? Oh, yeah.
That's the other thing. I never blame editors for putting spoilers in trailers.
Okay.
Because I think that most of the time when they're doing it, they're like, this is a spoiler. This is a big spoiler. But they really want to put it in, so I got to put it in. I don't have Final Cut.
You all right?
As in, like, the Final Cut, not the software.
Yeah. How do I look?
Like $400 million. Let's go.
All right, I'm right behind you.
Sully?
And so this goes like... One thing that it could do for Uncharted, the trailer, is, reintroduce all the characters. Like, oh, hey, Sully's here and Elena's here, if there's time. Because, it's going to be the last one, so it'd be good to see them.
Know what I love about partying with a bunch of crooks?
What's that?
Nobody cares if you smoke indoors.
So actually, you know what? I'm going to make a new category. And there are probably some clips that would already qualify here, but I'm going to call this one character, because this section will be about people talking about other characters, so then you help establish what they're like. So for example, that one, where did I just used it.
But I trust him, all right?
Okay, so this line would be like a line that I would put under here. Oops, how'd this get moved? Oh, no, didn't move. So, because how else are you going to talk about what a character's like? Unless you're going to have title cards, you know. The thief, the con man,
It's been a while.
Too long, boyo.
the bait. If you can have the characters say it or use the movie instead of having to use a narrator, VO, or title cards, then that's all the better.
You remember my dead brother, right?
I'll be goddamn. 15 years.
Yep.
Good to see you alive, Sam.
Let's try keeping him alive by getting this cross, huh?
Yeah, about that.
What about that?
Come on, let me show you something. Take a look.
That's Avery's cross.
They brought it out of storage just before you guys got here.
They changed the lot order.
Took a whole pile of cash to make that happen.
All right, well, how long before they start the day?
10, 15 minutes tops.
Oh, there's gotta be some way we can grab it.
There is just a small matter of a few hundred eyewitnesses down
Okay,
there.
okay, but we just need a diversion.
10, 15 minutes tops.
Oh, there's gotta be some way we can grab it.
There is just a small matter of a few hundred eyewitnesses down
Okay,
there.
okay, but
We just need a diversion.
Oops, what happened there? Could use that for something.
Like,
like I don't know. There's gotta be something.
the guys see us making for that cross.
So they don't see us. Jesus, you guys act like you never spent time in prison. If you want something dirty done, then you wait for lights out. Yeah.
Where's that electrical panel for this place?
There's ventilation. Electrical. That's it up here.
So we just have to climb up there and kill lights. Grab the cross in the dark.
There will be an emergency generator.
For a second, I thought you said you could climb up there and kill all the guards.
So we just have to climb up there and kill the lights.
Grab the cross in the dark.
It's okay. I'll kill them all. I got it.
There will be an emergency generator.
And that'll give us a few...
There's actually an achievement in Uncharted 4 called ludonarrative dissonance, which you get after you kill 1,000 people.
And that'll give us a few seconds of darkness to work with.
Meaning?
Which I got yesterday after finishing my second playthrough.
We'll have to be right next to the cross when the lights go out.
Except there's no way we can get that close without being noticed.
Scusate, signore. Antipasti?
I'm all set.
Aye.
How are you?
Hors d'oeuvres. What are those? It's like cucumber maybe with. It looks like a shrimp tail. It could just be shrimp. And the other one's probably like some sort of cracker with. It's probably caviar, because it's rich thing. So it's like beluga with, I don't know, and an apple and a tomato. And then what are the things in the back? It's like little sticks. It's hard to tell. Maybe that's like some sort of, like, maybe it's like foie gras or something, because it's hoity-toity.
Ciao. Ciao.
I'll probably stop this when I have to eat. Also Game of Thrones.
Waiter wouldn't get noticed.
That's another good thing about living on the West Coast, is that if you have HBO now, Game of Thrones plays at 6.
That could work.
Huh?
That will work. All right, I'll get to the break room.
By the same token, New Year's is not as interesting because you know that everything in New York already happened 3 hours earlier, because what they do is they rebroadcast the ball drop at 9 o'clock our time, which is, midnight New York time. And because it said live when they played it, it still says live, even though technically it's not live, because they can't take it off for the California broadcast. So I don't really celebrate New Year's like I did before. Basically, when 9 o'clock hits in LA on New Year's, I just text all my East Coast friends, which actually a lot of them are moving to California. So.
Yeah, I'm the waiter.
But
you're the best pickpocket. What?
You head down to the floor.
Best pickpocket.
I mean, I really like. I like this. Like when he's sucking his thumb after he finishes eating the thing.
Pickpocket. What?
You head down to the floor. Keep your eye on the prize, okay? Let us know if anything.
Because I mean, like, yeah, even if because they still had to, they couldn't have captured all of that. They had to like put the hand in, and because like I don't know exactly how much facial capture does, but it just looks good. And there's like a part where like there's like a kiss, and I could see like the noses move a little bit. I'm like, oh, damn, so much work.
You head down to the floor. Keep your eye on the prize, okay? Let us know if anything hinky goes down.
Roger that.
Call back.
You head down to the.
Roger that.
Yeah, I feel like it's getting more disorganized as I go. But
right.
What I'm gonna do after I'm done doing all this is just go through. Excuse me. And probably copy all this or duplicate the sequence, and then go through this again. I mean, it'll be like a tiny fraction of what it used to be, and then take out all the dialogue from that, and just like gradually come to fewer and fewer dialogues until we have what is going to be in the trailer.
All right. Listen, we still got this. Ready?
Ready.
Right. Phone.
Listen, we still.
We'll cut through the cellar.
Just slowly carving it down.
It's locked.
The other thing I wonder is because, for the official trailer, they wouldn't be able to put everything. Because, well, let's see. Actually, they could have, because they put out their launch trailer a week or two before the game came out. And the game was done, I think, about a month before. So it's conceivable that they made a trailer from a finished version of the game. Though, even like probably a month or two before they're done, it's probably still... Because like a lot of times if you're working on a game trailer for something that's not going to come out for like a year, then a lot of stuff won't be done, so you only have so many options.
Shit, it was open earlier.
Or maybe they'll have to bust their ass to finish the parts that you want to put in the trailer. Same goes for movies too, because visual effects.
Shit, it was open earlier.
Now what? Can we pick it?
No, it's electronic.
We're gonna have to find another way in.
See that? Yep. Come on. Whoa. You sure you want to do that? Nice let eyes on you. I think I can handle a simple lift. Oh.
And I wonder, like for pickpocketing, there must be like, certain pockets are easier to pick, or maybe it's kind of like in Leon the Professional, where it's like, the closer you're becoming the pro, the closer you get to the client. It's the knife is the last thing you learn. So maybe it's like for pickpocketers, the closer the object you're picking gets to the person, then the closer you are to being a pro. So like you start off with things that aren't touching the person, like their backpack or purse, because they wouldn't be able to feel it as much. And then like later, then you're reaching into their pocket. Or actually, I think my sister, when she was in Italy for a year for college, she was telling me that sometimes the pickpocketers, they won't even bother reaching in. They'll just like have a knife and like slice the pocket open. It'll just drop open, and like they'll do it so well that you won't even feel it.
Need some pointers?
No, just...
Which is scary and also kind of cool.
Some pointers?
No, just... warming up, that's all.
Okay. What do you say we just run it like the old days, okay?
Then again, there are also the like those like pickpocket / magician entertainers who will just like take your watch off your wrist or something like that.
I do
Which
the
is,
interference.
I guess in those situations, they're doing stuff like distracting you with other things, which we call mind games.
I do the interference. You make the grab. Right?
Yeah. Good. Okay.
All right, let's try this again. We'll still need these.
Great.
Good luck.
We'll be in touch.
Hands in the air.
Hi, Victor.
Hello, Nadine. Hello, Nadine. Pleasure to see you again.
Only this time, I've got the drop on you. Sit down.
Well, I guess I should be glad that's no real gun.
Hardly recognize you out of your fatigues.
Yeah. You know how it is. Every once in a while, the job requires us to get all dolled up. Looking sharp, by the way.
Not too bad yourself.
Feels so out of place here.
What's that? Oh wait,
Feels so out of place here.
no. I heard like an iPhone go off. It wasn't mine though. Maybe it was just outside my apartment building.
Looking sharp, by the way.
Not too bad yourself. I should be glad that's no real gun.
Looking sharp, by the way.
Not too bad yourself.
Feels so out of place here.
I don't know how or if you put Nadine in. I feel like it should because she's a major
I'll tell you what
character. But we'll see.
Relief it is to run into another English speaker.
Even if you are American.
They'll have to blame my parents for that one.
I was on my way to the bar. Can I get you something?
Yeah, scotch. On the rocks.
Be right back.
That's another thing trailer editors like to do. People do finger guns. And then cut to explosion. Like trailer for Crank. Actually, trailer for Crank and like Death Race 2000, both Jason Statham films. Because in Death Race, there's there's like the guy who's like the robber who that's just his thing. He just always does finger guns. So it's like, oh, now I know that you're the one who kidnapped my wife, or did you kill her? I don't remember. One of those.
Date?
But yeah, in the trailer, you think in the trailer for Crank, Jason Statham's like, your whole crew is dead.
Catch all that?
Yes, I did. Sounds like a lady's trying to buy you a drink.
Yeah, Nadine Ross is buying me a drink.
Nadine Ross.
That's another thing I want to do in a trailer is do that like parallel structure where, you know, the opening of the trailer for Crank is like, my name is Chev Chelios, and today's the day I die. And then that's how the trailer ends. Or the trailer ends, my name's Chev Chelios, and today's the day.
Wait, doesn't she own that?
It's just fun.
Army for Hire? Yeah. Wait, doesn't she own? What's it called?
That's good Nadine exposition.
It's called Coastline?
Shoreline.
Yeah. Right. But you had a run-in with them.
That's the other thing I wonder is, so she runs like her private military group called Shoreline, and then during the game you run into, you know, their supplies and they all say Shoreline on them. So I'm trying to think, you know, what is that like? Oh, no, I guess that would make practical sense. Like if multiple PMCs have been hired for a job and they all have their own gear, it's like, no, don't touch that one. That's the Shoreline stuff. Move away. You know, don't take our guns. That must be a thing, right?
Right.
Because I was like, as I was going through, I'm like, would they label everything? It's like, why would they do that?
But you had a run-in with them.
It's putting it mildly. Fortunately, she does not seem to be holding a grudge.
Look at the go. All right. Listen, we're all set, Sully. You stay out of trouble, okay?
I'll try.
Listen, we're all set, Sully. You stay out of trouble, okay?
I'll try.
Ready? Yeah, let's do it.
So these are good general lines. Could fit anywhere. You know?
Listen, we're all set, Sully. You, stay out of trouble, okay?
I'll try.
Ready? Yeah, let's do it.
I would take out the yeah.
Yeah.
If I used it at all. Again. Things like that, it's like, you know, basically what you're doing at the beginning of the project is you're setting everything up.
Got it?
So that for when you're finally putting it together. Like a chef. You got your salt and your pepper and your olive oil and your chicken stock. So I got my punctuation moments, I got my action moments, I got my head turns.
Buonasera.
You know? Grab the wrong thing. Grab the wrong thing. And the other reason to be super organized is for when you need to make changes later.
Oh shit! Oh shit!
You can hear that with all the dialogue.
Oh shit!
I can't believe you got away with that.
Oh, we did not. No, we had our liberty taken away for a month.
And what about the horse?
Fortunately, we had a lot of carrots on board.
And what about the horse?
Fortunately, we had a lot of carrots on board.
Maybe that'll be the DLC. The story of the horse and the carrot. What happened? Yeah, I really wonder, because they say they're going to release a story DLC for Uncharted 4. So I wonder what it'll be. You know, it'll be like parallel story. Will it be prequel?
Recognize someone.
No.
Or, because, I mean, last time we Left Behind, they made something that was very, like, not action-oriented. I mean, it was half action-oriented. So maybe they'll do something similar for Uncharted 4.
Recognize someone.
No. I thought I did, but no.
But when am I finally going to meet that partner of yours?
Oops, excuse me.
Drake?
Well, that's ex partner. No, I've been flying solo for a while now. Drake's out.
Oh, like... Like dead? Oh.
Oh no, like retired. Last I heard, he settled down, got married.
Well, then he might as well be dead, right?
Good night.
You know, this is our Drake character stuff.
But when am I finally going to meet that partner?
Oops.
Well, then he might as well be dead, right? Mr. Sullivan!
The hell are you?
Rafe?
How long has it been? 10 years? 12?
15.
It's amazing. All these years gone by, here we are, we're still haggling over dead people's junk.
Really? Aren't you running your parents' business?
My business now. But yes, that is my day job.
Oh.
My
Aren't you running your parents' business? My business.
Parents' business?
My business now.
Burn. Jerk.
But yes, that is my day job.
Oh, that is one hell of a day job. You could probably afford to buy up everything on the block tonight.
Well, sure. But what would be the point in that? These days I'm only looking for the
Good stuff. Big scores.
See, there's so many characters.
Heard he settled down.
Wait, where did... Oh.
what?
Okay, yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of different characters, so who knows if there's time to fit everything in. We'll find out later.
Any advice on what I should pick up tonight?
Yeah, like I want to bid against him. But, just between you and me, I did notice they changed the order. I think somebody might be trying to rig this auction.
Well, remember where we are. This crowd didn't get rich by playing fair.
Which is why you really need someone.
Well, remember where we are. This crowd didn't get rich by playing fair.
Which is why you really need someone watching your back in a place like this.
Ooh. Keep that line.
Ah. Well, I do hate to break it to you. You are working for an American.
We've partnered up on this one. We've partnered up on this one.
I see. Talk about a power couple.
In a few moments, we'll be bidding on our next item and being late wooden crucifix from...
I know when I'm a third wheel. You two kids have fun tonight.
Hold on, Sully. How'd you find out about it?
How'd you find out about it?
It? What it is that, Rafe? Nadine, I think your partner here has had too many Bloody Marys.
Cut the bullshit, old man.
Where did Rafe comes from? Rafe.
I don't know how you scammed your way in here, but...
I don't know how people name things or do it.
Scammed your way in here.
You know, other than like naming after people that they know.
But if you think about bidding on Avery's Cross, I can tell you exactly how you're going to be leaving in a goddamn
Rafe.
fight. Well, you get my point.
Lovely seeing you both. God damn it, kid, where the hell are you?
Okay. Power room. Where the hell are the circuit breakers? Ah, crap. Sam, Sully, you there?
God damn it, kid, where the hell you been?
I made it. Had a few close calls, but...
Well, if you're back at the power now, would be a good time.
I'm gonna need a minute before I can reach the panel.
We don't have a minute. Rafe's about to walk out of here with your cross.
Wait, what? Rafe? Rafe is here? Yes, Rafe is here. Right now, he has the highest bid. Well, I'll
Bid him.
With what? Another kind of scratch?
Sully, we're stealing it, remember?
What if he calls my bluff?
We have 90,000. Do I hear any more bids?
I don't know where the word scratch came to mean money.
We have 90,000. Do I hear any more bids?
Guys, if we do not... With this cross, I am as good as dead.
Yeah, well, I end up with the highest bid. We're all dead.
Sully, I need you to buy me more time.
Could use this for something. I'm not gonna show this whole auction section. It's too much.
Have no other bids?
Trust me.
Going once. Going twice.
Scrut.
Then we have 100,000 euros in the room. Thank you.
Scrut.
Then we have 100,000 euros in the room. Thank you. Do we have any other bids? We now have 110,000 euros in the room.
In for a penny and for a pound.
Oh yeah, this is a cool scene. If you've played the game or if you haven't played the game, you have to look for an item, and this auction's going on. But there's like all sorts of drawers that you can search through. But I think no matter where you search, it always ends up being in like the 5th drawer, something like that, because it was in a different place the second time I played it, which is pretty cool.
All right, boys, I'm at the switch. You ready?
As I'll ever be, Victor.
Just a sec.
The gentleman's bid, 200,000 euros.
500.
As I'll ever... I'm at
See?
the switch. You ready? You ready? As I'll ever be, Victor.
Just a sec.
That's another thing that I wish Premiere had, is that here they show the name of the label, or the marker rather, but this color is always orange, never changes unless even if the label's white, it's still going to be orange. See, these are the things that I want. I don't care about the color the color correction tools are really nice, but most of the time whenever a new version of Premiere comes out, it's never what I want, because what I want is just more shortcuts. Everything works great right now. I just want more shortcuts.
200,000 euros.
500,000.
I mean, pretty much everything that I need to do. I mean, everything I do need to do is it's already in here.
Let's get the show on the road here.
Just I like to be able to do things faster.
Thank you. We have 500,000 euros in the room. Does the gentleman wish to bid?
Had me worried there for a minute, Victor. Thought I might have to kill you.
Okay, let's ruin this asshole's evening. Okay, his asshole's evening.
We are going once. Going twice? Then I shall sell for 500,000. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain calm.
Also, I always wonder about the auctioneers do the crazy motor mouth stuff, because I know they're saying something, but
Move it! Get out of the way!
I mean, how many people know what they're saying?
Stop him! Hey, stop that guy!
You know, how do you practice that?
Fermo!
What are you doing? You're letting him get away! You speak Sparisci.
No, I can use that.
Fine. Fine.
Sam, tell me you got the cross.
Do that. So I don't think I'm going to talk about the cross at all, because I mean, there's so many steps in this for, like, you know, there's different things I got. Now I got to go here and I got to go here. So if you place too much importance on one thing in the story, then, and if that's not the actual focus of the thing, then it could be either boring or just like maybe the audience can be like, well, why are you talking about this thing? It's just not really that important.
Oh.
I mean, you can make in the trailer, you can make anything important, because if you're taking it from hours to minutes.
Oh, scusi.
You're not supposed to be back here.
Well, neither are you. But I'll tell you what.
Yeah.
I won't tell you what.
You have something I want. And you're going to give it to me.
Actually, this is good stuff.
Really? Well, I'm flattered, but I'm afraid I'm spoken. Well, I'm flattered, but I'm afraid I'm spoken for.
These are the jokes.
If you'll excuse me.
It's like I've taken some martial arts things where they teach you wrist locks, but I feel like I always forget the direction to do things. Like, try it yourself. I mean, yeah, that would hurt. There's like one. I mean, there's probably several where, like, if someone grabs your shirt, there's a way to like hold it, so then you make it very unpleasant for them.
I'm not in the mood for games. I'm not in the mood for games. Give me the crucifix.
Yeah.
Lady, you're lucky I'm a gentleman. Lady.
I'll put this under character.
I heard he settled down.
Because if I weren't, I would...
You'd what?
All right, fine. Just remember, I didn't want to do this. Just remember.
Let's see what you've got. Now hand me the artifact.
See, something like that I might actually use because it's generic. You know, it didn't say the crucifix, because we're not going to be showing just the crucifix, because the crucifix doesn't actually, like, in the game, like, they don't like insert the crucifix into a thing and then sets off some door.
Yeah.
But keep it vague, then it's less for the audience to have to process, and they get enough of the story. It's like in my Metal Gear Solid 4 trailer, because in Metal Gear Solid 4, they're always talking about, like, the Sons of the Patriot system. But in my trailer, I just said the system, because that's all you need to know.
Yeah, can I help you? Yeah.
Just unnecessarily long. Keep things short.
All right, look. I have this nice astrolabe back home, slightly used. I'll give it to you for a fair price.
I have a better idea.
Alright, look. I'm still a little jet-lagged. Son of a...
Have you had enough? Or do you want to keep being a smartass? Or do you want...
I would love if Naughty Dog's next game was just like all stealth. Like Mark of the Ninja, but Naughty Dog.
Well, you know.
Mark of the Ninja in terms of like how tight the stealth feels and everything. I just like stealth games. take like, I don't know, there must be like another good way of doing it, because like Metal Gear Solid 5 was super fun to play, but story is like
Well, you know.
It was like Kojima in like the not super interesting way, because it was I mean, there just wasn't that much of it either. It was just so dark. I didn't like I think the gameplay still had the humor of Metal Gear Solid, but then the story is just like dark and torture and like nah.
Being a smartass has gotten me this far in life. Why quit now?
I mean, they've all had torture, but like they've all had torture. Statements. But it's always been either off-screen or electricity. That makes it okay.
Alright, wait. It's in my back pocket.
Where is it?
Guess I left it in my other pants.
Thanks for wasting my time.
That was one because I was playing this with no HUD, so I forgot that there's a button prompt here. And you very much need the HUD to play this game.
Alright, wait. It's in my back pocket.
Where is it?
There's more systems in this game, like a little bit more. It's like grappling hook and
right there.
So this is all just for the dialogue, but later, eventually, I'm going to go back for the visuals, but a lot of those will be determined by what the dialogue is, so I can be selective about that, or just more like necessity-based. I can pick visuals.
All right, I'm at the car. Where the hell are you guys?
Just met your friend, Nadine Ross. Nathan! Catch! Wait, what? Oh, crap.
Sure. Actually, no, I'm not going to use that.
Nathan! Catch! Wait, what?
Because it takes too long.
Oh, crap.
And it's not like he's in the middle of a war zone or anything.
Alright, here.
You might as well just select this one for visuals. For money shot. I've already passed a bunch of those, but whatever. Because that's crazy. Gah. If I was a game developer, I would probably be even more impressed and like mind blown by that than I am.
Go!
Hang on!
I mean, the more you know about something, the more impressed you are by it. Which seems like a contradiction, but... it's true.
Okay. I hope I don't go to hell for this.
Okay, be a lot of exposition here.
What?
Oh, you're such an asshole. He's your brother. All right, skull and crossbones.
Very good sign.
It's Avery's insignia. What is this? Hodie mecum eris in paradiso.
Today you will join me in paradise.
Actually, where is it? I got one of the coins as a like pre-order bonus.
Hodie mecum eris.
It's probably what it says on it.
Today you will join me in paradise.
Paradise. In paradise.
Today you will join me in paradise.
It's what Jesus said to Saint Dismas on the cross.
Right.
But what about these numbers here? What do you make of this?
Some kind of code or a phone number.
Come on. The dates. Huh? Look. 1659. It's the year Avery was born. 1699.
Let me guess. The year he died.
Well, by most accounts, yeah, but it means we have day of birth, day of death, and paradise. Which means we're looking for Avery's grave. St. Dismas's Cathedral.
Wait a second. Hasn't Rafe been scouring that site for ages already?
Yeah.
Yeah, so a lot of this is very specific.
Hasn't Rafe been scouring that site for ages already?
So who knows? I might, if I use the scene, then maybe I'll use some dialogue from other scenes about, you know, they're just talking about a location, and I use this line.
Hasn't Rafe been scouring that site for ages?
But I might not even use any of this.
The cathedral. See these symbols?
Yeah.
These are found on.
Yeah.
These are found on old Scottish gravestones. Right?
Stones.
Yeah, I don't know, because
Deal with that when we get there.
Look, that psycho would like nothing better than for you to show up. Plus,
so who knows? Maybe I won't even show Rafe, because this line could go with Alcazar or whatever his name was.
that psycho would like nothing better than for you to show up. Plus, he's got Nadine and a whole army to back him up.
Yeah, area, exactly. Guys.
Rafe's been focusing on the wrong area.
Exactly.
Guys, we're going to Scotland.
Wait up. You do realize that Rafe knows you're coming.
Yeah, we can deal with that when we get there.
Look, that psycho would like nothing better than for you to show up. Plus,
So who knows? Maybe I won't even show Rafe, because this line could go with Alcazar or whatever his name was.
that psycho would like nothing better than for you to show up. Plus, he's got Nadine and a whole army to back him up.
Yeah.
But that maybe see. Then it'll be a little weird, because, I mean, well, I'll figure it out. But that's an option.
But he doesn't have this. Yeah, but he does. The biggest pirate treasure of all time is within our grasp.
I thought this was about saving Sam.
Oh wait, hold on.
The biggest pirate treasure of.
There we go. That's the line.
I thought this was about saving Sam.
It is. Come on, it's both, right? We need the treasure so we can save Sam.
That might be a little too much on the nose, but I'll keep it anyway.
How is Elena cool with all this? Jesus, kid.
Look, it's just not that simple.
Jesus, kid.
Not that simple.
Look, with all that you two have been through together,
She wouldn't understand this.
you are not giving her enough credit.
I can't take that chance.
Nathan, he's right. Things have changed. Rafe's involved now, and I can take this on my own, really.
Great. Well, thank you for your input, both of you. Excuse me. Hey.
Something on your mind, dear?
Look, I realize it couldn't have been easy. All those years away. And I'm sorry for what happened to you. But it's not his fault. It's his fault.
I never said that it was.
Took a long time for him to get out of this game.
You see a gun to his head? He chose this. Okay, he's meant for this life.
It's good stuff.
You really believe that?
Why are you here, Victor?
Because somebody's got to keep an eye out for him.
So this is put this all in the Drake character moment stuff.
I'm sorry. I realize it couldn't have been easy.
Lady, you're lucky I'm a gentleman. Xavier's insignia. There you will. Area. Exactly. Save Sam. I can't take that chance. Yeah. No, I'll just see you in a few more weeks. Yeah. I will. Okay. I love you too. Bye. Just told her that the job's gonna take a little longer than expected, which is the truth. Right? So come on, what do you say? Sam could still use our help.
Well, I do hear that the...
Could also just do a trailer of just all the really subtle facial expressions in this. That'd be a good one. Oh, this one. Yeah.
What do you say?
Ugh, so good.
Well, I do hear that the weather is particularly fine in Scotland this time of year.
I know. Race really going all in, isn't he? Well, they're all concentrated around the cathedrals. That's good. Because we are going to have that graveyard all to ourselves. Sully.
Yeah?
Hey, listen, we're good to go here.
Hey, kid. Happy hunting. Nice chance to come with.
Yeah, well, unless you can find me an escalator, I think I'll pass.
All right. See you in a few.
Hey, Nate.
Yeah.
Just, I'll just bring you back something shiny, will you?
That's the plan.
All right. See you in a few.
Hey.
Yeah.
Just,
We're good to go here.
Hey, kid. Happy hunting. Happy hunting. Nice chance to come with.
yeah, well,
So,
just bring me back something shiny, will you?
that's the plan. Well, let's go pay our respects to Captain Avery, huh? Yeah, well, swords are a match. Sam, come here. Something odd about this skull. Oh my God.
Nope, nope, that's a good line.
What is that? Oh my God.
Whoa, what happened there? Something skipped ahead.
You ready for this? Oh, I've been ready for a long time. Hey, Sully. We're on the trail, but stretches closer to the cathedral than we originally thought.
Of course. So what do you need me to do?
Just keep those engines warm. We'll be back before too long.
You got it. Keep me posted.
Will do. A little slimy.
Look at that. Let's see. We've broken that down to about 6 minutes of stuff, plus this, which is like 9 minutes. Got about 15 minutes of potentially usable stuff. And we still have about, 6 more hours of footage. So we've gone through about 3.5. It's not bad. Well, yeah, it's taken, so I started about like 1:30. It's not quite 3 hours because I'm skipping around a lot.
There's a handle in here or something. Oh, give it a pull.
I might be, if I wasn't streaming, I'd probably go a little bit faster because I'm not talking at the same time, but.
Could be a trap. Right in there. What's the... A little slimy. There's a handle in here or something. Well, give it a pull.
What? Could be a trap.
You're already in there. What's the worst that could happen?
I lose my hand?
So we'll get you a nice hook.
Actually, this would be a good cold open too. Let me see. Hold on, let me play it again.
A little slimy.
Oh wait, I think it's a little bit before then. Or it could be Stinger at the end.
A little slimy. There's a handle in here or something.
I could cut this to be a little shorter too.
Give it a pull.
What? Could be a trap.
You're already in there. What's the worst that could happen?
I lose my hand?
So we'll get you a nice hook.
PlayStation.
Give it a pull.
Right, here we go.
There are so many like giant door opening moments in this game. It's like, which one do I use?
Really?
Make a supercut.
Hello, hello. It's pretty interesting decor.
There's a lot of like, entering a place shots like this.
For those who prove worthy, paradise awaits. To those who prove false, behold your grim fate.
Yeah, well, I guess Avery was a better pirate than a poet.
This isn't Avery's. What do you mean?
Look, it's the Rhode Island pirate.
Thomas too.
Yeah, but it can't be him. I mean, this is clearly his sigil, but 2 died attacking the same treasure fleet as Avery.
No, well, at least that's what the stories tell us.
If this really is 2's mark, then that means he's involved in all this. How?
It's a damn good question.
Not going to talk about any of this. It's too much. Oh, look. We're actually caught up to where I stopped breaking down where the cutscenes are. So let's get rid of this dialogue here, or sound effects rather. Got a little bit more room here. All right. Yeah, because we're still... All right, so I'm going to scrub through again, take out cutscenes. So I'll probably get rid of a lot of this footage once again.
Found another. I'm just gonna take that.
There might be some small bits of dialogue during these gameplay sections, but usually they're not as important as exposition scenes. There's a lot of problem solving, a lot of, hey, hand that over to me over there. Which, actually that would be a funny, like, ironic Uncharted trailer. It's all the boring bits. It's all the, like, pushing the crates. That's another thing, is like, whenever I do trailers, I just think of really bad ideas. And not, like, just bad ideas. Well, not bad ideas, just stupid ideas. But those are always more enticing to cut, because they're usually simpler. Like, because, like, we've all watched lots of trailers, and it's very easy to think of, like, parody trailers, or to, like, if, like, not necessarily parody, but maybe, like, a trailer that kind of went with one idea that it would normally use, but just take it even further to the point that it's ridiculous, and then it's like I guess that's sort of what parody is, like exaggeration. But it would be, it would also just be just doing what it does, just more. And this is a long cutscene here. Just worry about dialogue right now. Get all the action later. Okay, lots of cutscene, lots of cutscene.
So, what are we looking for out here?
Well, the map shows all these structures around the volcano. Some abandoned outposts, a handful of watchtowers.
Watchtowers?
Avery was the most wanted man in the world, so if he was hiding something out here, it makes sense he'd need lookouts. One of those towers is right on the volcano.
With Avery's treasure.
Fingers crossed.
Actually, you know what? I don't know if anyone will show up. Let me tweet again that we're still here. A lot of this is all like gameplay stuff here. Oh, actually, this is a funny thing that happened. I don't know if I captured it actually. Yeah, because when you go through the waterfall, with the Jeep. And,
Would you look at that?
oh wait.
Secret cave behind
Oh no, I drove around it. Oh, there was another time I went through a waterfall, but then so what happened was when I drove out, got this line.
A little warning next time.
Yeah, it's the first time in years I've had 2 showers in one day.
Yeah. I mean, I wonder if there was like a line for if you drove through 3. It's crazy
Okay, kid. Just don't drop us.
how much dialogue there probably is in this game. There must be just so many extenuating circumstances where they just like, you know what? Hey, could you like put in a tag for or a trigger for if these 2 things happen, and then I'll put in a line. Be like, yeah, sure. Like, okay, cool. How long will it take? Oh, like 2 seconds. Like, oh, cool. I'll put it in then. I mean, I get the sense that's what it's like at Naughty Dog, because there was talk about how they interact with each other a lot more because they don't have producers, so they don't have to like worry about going over someone's head or you know, it's like, oh no, if you want an idea for that, you don't tell them, you come to me, and then I talk to that person, and then they dole out the work to the other person. You know, gotta respect the hierarchy if you got that sort of system going. Because if that's the way it works, then you go over someone's head, and then it's like, no. Which, you know, there are a lot of different ways to get a thing done. And it depends on what works for you. Shoot a bunch of guys. Cutscene again. What's kind of interesting is that even though it's all in engine and nothing's pre-rendered, when you use the photo mode on a cutscene shot, it doesn't let you change angles, which I think is a thing that I saw on Digital Foundry was talking about, because they're breaking down, they're doing their like technical analysis of the game, and they used kind of like the photo mode as an indicator of when exactly it was cutscene and when it was gameplay. Oops. Actually, let me turn. I had linked selection turned off. Turned it back on. Okay, it's all gameplay. Crazy ass shit in the gameplay.
Hey, look, I was right. Baldrige, Bonnie, and Condon. Well, let's find out. Wow, that mustache. It's almost as impressive as these stars. They're just like the ones on... Yeah.
So, who are these guys?
That's, they are,
You don't know, do you?
Hey, there are a lot of pirates out there, you know?
So we're stuck.
No, we're not stuck. Give me your phone.
What, you gonna phone a friend?
Close.
No, I'll just skip to cutscenes. If I find a line in gameplay later on, then that's fine, but in all likelihood, the best lines will be during the cutscenes. which since I got 5.1 audio this time, I can use whatever line I want pretty much. There's very few moments when sound effects actually overlap the dialogue, which is great. That's why I never did an Uncharted 1 trailer, is because a lot of the dialogue had music over it, like all the really good dialogue, which I'll go back and do it now that I know I can get 5.1 from Uncharted 1. I mean, all of the games. So, crazy stuff. Gameplay. See, look, taking all the gameplay, now we only have 4.5 hours left of footage. It's gonna be way less than that once you just have cutscenes. I mean, to be honest, I probably already have enough. But I just gotta go through it. Yeah, times like this is when I'm glad I'm using ProRes, not MP4. Because you can just go through super fast and like see every single frame, not every single frame, but you know what I mean. Just scrubbing is a lot better on something like ProRes or DNX HD, whatever. Something, just anything that's not a compressed. I mean, so they're all compressed a little bit, but you know, not an H.264 codec. Or I mean, there's only one H.264 codec. There's a lot of different wrappers. Just need hard drive space. And right capture card. So yeah, here on out, it's going to be very little. It's going to be a lot of gameplay here. Oh. Yes, see this part here, this would be in my, not quite the same, but it is a flying jump. See, in retrospect, what I should have done was made a sequence which was all the cutscenes, left that alone, and then cut all the dialogue out. But oh well. I just since I'm streaming, I wanted to, you know, change it up a little bit, so it wasn't. I mean, I already kind of think this is probably a little bit boring, but it'll be less boring. You know what? Actually, the music's been playing this whole time. Let's just play it again. Turn it up a little bit. Let's see, someone. Gameplay. Gameplay. Nope. And like basically as it's going along, getting fewer and fewer cutscenes. I think also it's probably a game design thing where the beginning you're spending a lot of time introducing systems, and then you want to be able to give the player opportunity to use them and kind of like test out their stealth abilities and all that, which I have mixed feelings about. Because like the middle section of The Last of Us is probably the longest part, or at least it feels the longest, like when you're in the hotels, because that's when your objective, I mean, pretty much your objective is always, you know, go over there. But usually I just feel like there's a little bit more story motivation in the other parts of The Last of Us than in the middle section, which is we got to reach that bridge, but there's a lot of people who want to kill us on the way there, so that's the thing we got to deal with. But like the kind of that part of the game, I think it's about having these open arenas where you can kind of choose your own style of play and how you want to do all that stuff. And I mean, yeah, because I don't not care about the gameplay, because if I didn't care about the gameplay at all, I would just play it on easy. I guess, yeah, it just depends on how much I like the systems. Which in Uncharted, I just... Oh, hey, Eddie. Right now I'm going through Uncharted 4 cutscenes, so if you're going to play Uncharted 4, you're probably going to get spoiled. It's close to the end. So I'm taking out the cutscenes and then taking out the dialogue. That would be good for the various sections, or hopefully good for the trailer. And actually, this whole scene is going to be big spoiler. There's like a ton of shots in here that are like... There's always usually at least one or two super amazing shots in action trailers. And a lot of the time it's people jumping out of, you know, windows or jumping into windows. So like, remember Bourne Ultimatum had like a shot where like they're falling Matt Damon through a window. Or Casino Royale has a scene like that too, where they're jumping out of... like chasing a guy out of the building, then going through the roof. But Uncharted, that happens in like every single scene. Gameplay. This section's very gameplay heavy. But I mean, there's, even though it's gameplay heavy, there's still a lot of dialogue going on. There's some character interaction stuff. But usually like the big plot stuff that we want is going to be in the cutscenes, where I guess it's still in engine, but maybe because they do have different models for the cutscenes, at least to my eyes, because like you can see they're a little bit shinier. So maybe they take other. They use the memory for the close-ups and everything. I don't know. I don't know anything about making games. I know only very little bit. I mean, I watch a lot of stuff and I read interviews because I'm interested, but I mean, I'm not super interested in actually like making a game. Well, I am kind of interested, but it's a whole other thing. If I was going to do it, I would need people who actually know what they're talking about. Or you know, something very simple. I went to. Well, I go to PAX every year. I've been to every single PAX East and Prime since 2010 because PAX East 2010 was the first time. And there's a panel that they have there called Pitch Your Game Idea, which it's not meant to be serious. Like they always say at the beginning, like if you have an actual game idea that you don't want people to steal, then don't pitch it here. We just kind of want goofy stuff to comment on. Because and then like you can always tell when people are taking it too seriously because they'll say something like, okay, it's a mix of Skyrim and Mark of the Ninja and Spelunky, but it's also got RTS elements. It's like, no. We're just here to have fun, and we want like a title with a nice pun to it. You know, don't tell us like an idea for like. Well, first of all, that's not a good pitch anyway, because you're not. If you're just saying it's all these things that I like put together, you're not necessarily saying that it's a unique thing. You're just saying it's the things that you like put together. Whereas if you're going to pitch something, you need a good hook, something that's unique. Which same thing with trailers. You got to tell them right away. All right, this is what's different. You know, if you have like a tower defense game and it just looks like a tower defense game, which is like, you know, bird's eye view and you're just placing units, but there's nothing unique about it, then why do people care? Why don't they just play a tower defense game that they already like? Why does yours need to exist? If there's nothing unique about it, then I'm sorry that you're already at the point where you're making a trailer for it and you're gonna have to try to sell this game that doesn't seem to have that much unique about it, then that kind of sucks. And I hope you didn't spend a lot of money, because it's gonna be a tough sell. I mean, it's tough enough sell games anyway. Like maybe if it has like a really unique art style and it'll pop when people see it. But having a really good art style is really hard too. Oh yeah, so pitch your game idea panel. Actually, so I thought up one, which I actually think could actually maybe be like a mini game, or it seems like maybe like a game jam game. Was so a thing I like to do. Well, actually, I haven't done this in a while because so like you ever have a bowl of soup that's very greasy, and you got all little like oil bubbles on it, so you like combine the bubbles to make like a really big bubble. So yeah, that was basically my game idea, which is like you're doing that, but then at the same time, you're having a conversation with your parents. Because I mean, I basically thought about this idea when I was doing that. So I was, you know, talking to them, and I wasn't concentrating on combining bubbles, but I was paying attention to it, but I was also trying to talk to them at the same time. So it'd be like a mix of trying to get the biggest bubble while also developing a relationship with your parents. And then like multiple levels could be like it would be like growing up. So then when you start off, you're a kid, and then like by the end, you're like an adult, and like the dialogue's different. I don't know. And then the other thing I said was, so when you finish a level, you get a rating, and then you get like a red envelope, and then how well you did determines how much money you get from your parents. I thought that'd be funny. Oh, and then the name was, so I ended up looking up a lot of pun generators on the internet. So just looking for words that rhyme with bubble, and then some of the pun generators, they just have like lists of like movie titles and all sorts of things. So, or did it have movie titles? Or did it? So then anyway, the title for my silly game idea was Big Bubble and Little China. And I think I got third place in that panel. So I got a copy of like Minecraft on 360 and some like Penny Arcade pins. That was pretty cool. And I think also during that panel, there hadn't been a lot of good puns. So when I came up and I had the pun and it totally worked, they really liked it. So that was cool. But then there could also be a thing. I remember during one of my sister's weddings, my dad was doing a toast. And it was an okay toast, but part of his spiel was, it wasn't a spiel, it was the toast. So I guess it's a thing where you get red envelopes when you're young from parents and family members and whatever, which actually, now I think about it, I'm like, oh shit, like I'm the uncle now. I'm the older uncle. I should have been like giving red envelopes to my nieces and nephews, or nephew. Crap. Do I like owe them back red envelopes? But my dad's speech, he's like, so like in the culture, you're not considered an adult until you get married. So his speech was like, so Derek and Clara, my sister, who at the time wasn't married, is like, if you still want to get like free room and board and all this stuff, just don't get married. I'm like, okay. I mean, I didn't say that, but it was a pretty good joke. He could have delivered it better, but whatever. My dad's not a stand-up comedian. Yeah, so after this, I'll play, I'll definitely play Uncharted for at least another couple times, because I want to find the treasures. Just go through and just look at the art. Second time or third time through, it'll probably take me like 3 times as long, because I'm just gonna like look at every single stone and every little thing, be like, all right, I totally ran past you super fast the first time I played, and I'm sorry. Someone spent like weeks on this one thing, and they're just like, yep, okay, that's cool. So I want to go back and appreciate it, because it's so good. Just like there's so much detail. Running. Excuse me. Okay, since we're already here, this is the thing I was talking about earlier, is that like you can see like her nose moves aside as they kiss. Like, look, god, detail. You can see it just moves aside a little bit. See, that's why they don't show a lot of kissing in games, because you got to do stuff. You got to either avoid doing stuff like that or do stuff like that. So you got to show the angle where you just probably don't see any of the lips, because otherwise you're gonna have to worry about them passing through each other and everything. Actually, that's a cool thing that if you ever get a chance to look at The Foo Show for Oculus or Vive, which is the thing by the guy Will Smith from Tested.com, or formerly of Tested.com. So for the first episode, he did an interview with the developers of Firewatch, and they actually got the assets from the tower and like they put them into their Fusho interface or whatever, so then that when you actually watch the interview, it's inside the tower and you can walk around and you can pick up the art assets and just like look around at them. If you're in the Oculus, it's probably like rotated with a controller or something like that, but I did on Vive. So you can pick up a thing and just look at it, and then there's certain objects where it'd be like a box and there's just nothing on the bottom because you'd never see that. So why bother making it? Which is cool. Like, I like stuff like that. I hope to see more. I hope they do more games so you can do something like that, because I like hearing those stories about the hacky solutions. Because like I only sort of like sometimes it goes over my head, but sometimes I can understand. So like I think it was like Fallout 3 or one of the Fallout games where there's a train and the train has to like come into the station, and instead of building like a new behavior or something like that to assign to the train, since they already had NPCs that could move, what they did was they got like 2 NPCs and they're just embedded in the ground, so there's no collision, and then the train's like basically a hat. So then the train coming in is actually 2 NPCs that you can't actually see walking into the station, and then it stops, and then I guess add sound effects or something. And the article that I read like showed like what it looked like underneath, which is pretty funny. It's actually very similar to like motion graphics and After Effects stuff, which I'm still not super good at, but watching a lot of tutorials, especially like Video Copilot, because he does VFX stuff. He's always talking about how to, or I guess, so the thing with making games is that you're trying to find a solution, so then that you need to put fewer things into memory. So you're always looking for the cheapest solution. So same thing for motion graphics is you're looking for a better solution, so then that your render times will be shorter. So if you can like fake a reflection, then it's better than having like actual ray tracing and all that. Because when you're dealing with the crazy fidelity of like movie studio quality stuff, then the difference could be like days or something, even with their gigantic render farms. Oh yeah, I think here's where, oh no, I got this achievement because I just killed a whole bunch of guys without dying, but that was because I was playing on easy. Which, that's nice that they let you have the achievement for that. You don't have to be like, you gotta play on normal if you want this achievement. This is basically the end of the game, so I'm probably done, pretty much done selecting the cutscenes. Well, I'll be done very soon. With some stuff I'm just flat out not going to use. There might still be something in like these last bits here. Because the thing with the trailer is, it's not necessarily that you don't use stuff from the last third. No epilogue cuts? No, I don't think I'll show the epilogue. Is you don't, it's not that you don't use stuff from the last third of the movie or game. It's just that the audience can't think that you're seeing the last third, you know? Some stuff you're just looking at it and you'll know, it's like, okay, you're just showing the whole thing, or you're showing the everything, like X-Men First Class trailer. They show Magneto using his powers on the submarine, and it's like, well, there's no way that this is the beginning of the movie, unless it's like a flash forward and they're gonna come back. And it's like, well, okay, thanks. and then it turns out in the movie it's like actually a huge moment, which, sorry if you haven't seen it, but spoilers, but the trailer already spoiled it for you. It's like a pivotal character moment even, not just a stunt moment. And then the example I always give is the trailer for Red Eye. Grimsoul says, there was a trailer for Dragon Age Inquisition where the Inquisitor returns to Josephine. Holy fuck. I assume it said fuck. I don't think I censored stuff in my chat. I don't know. That was cute as fuck. I don't remember that trailer really, but I haven't played Dragon Age Inquisition, so I wouldn't remember that as well. I played the first Dragon Age because when Inquisition came out and everyone was talking about it, I'm like, oh cool, but it's like really about story, so I should play the other ones. So I played the first one. I didn't beat it entirely because by the time I got to the end of the game, my parties were just so terrible because I just was really not good at the combat, and I was also kind of not interested in being good at the combat. So I just plowed through in the easiest way possible. Like I turned it down to easy, and I just kind of cheesed my way through. But by the end, it was like I was so not good that I'm like, okay, you know what? I'll just watch a video and see what happens at the end. I mean, some of the stuff would probably be a little bit different because the choices that you make. But I just got the gist of it. But I still, Grimsoul says, oh man, I think I started out hating the game. But when I started reading through it and all. But yeah, so I still have to play Dragon Age 2, which I have to borrow from a friend. And I know that people don't like it as much because I know like they reused a lot of art assets and stuff. Which from what I hear, Inquisition, they're like, alright, we heard you, we're not going to do that again. Also, they probably had way longer time to actually make the game, so I'm sure that helped. Grimsoul says, oh man, I think I started hating the game, but when I started reading through it and all, and I figured out an idea of how to build and experimenting, I learned so many cool things you could do and ended up loving the game. Yeah, see, I never took the time to do all that. Which, like, I'm sure there's a way to, like, optimize and be, like, super uber, and also, because I didn't do a lot of side stuff, even though I heard a lot of it was good. There's probably some stuff I should have played or watched again on YouTube, or so I didn't really grind, I didn't get stronger. Grimsoul says, I sort of feel the game has sort of a Dark Souls-y aspect to it, where there are a few things that you just might never know unless people who've gone through it and tried to tell you. Yeah. Which, I'm playing Dark Souls 1 right now, because people are really liking 3, and so the first Souls game I played was Bloodborne. It's definitely a game that has a heavy investment, yeah. First Souls game I played was Bloodborne, which I really, really liked, and that's when I got it. I'm like, oh! I mean, everyone who actually plays a Souls game to a certain point, I'm sure has that moment where like, oh, that's what everyone's talking about. So I played like the first part of Yharnam just to get to the what's it called? I don't know, the first boss. That took me like 3 hours or something. And, you know, by the end of the game, you run through that in like minutes. But so after I started getting like the parrying system down and beating stuff and making progress, it's like, oh, okay. So then also I watched, if you haven't seen it, Extra Credits, the YouTube channel. They also talk about, okay, so they talk about like game design and a lot of, see, I'm not gonna use any of this stuff because this is literally the end. You know, I'm not gonna bother. Yeah, forget all this. Yeah, they talk about game design a lot. So they started doing a Let's Play of Dark Souls. But actually before then, I'd gone to a PAX panel where James Portnoy and couple other developers, they played Demon Souls, like the very beginning, and then they explained how the level design and everything teaches you to play the game, or what it teaches you about the game, and it was super interesting. So I'm like, oh man, that sounds cool. So then after that, I played Bloodborne, and then I played a little bit of Demon Souls. I got to like the first boss, and I got totally destroyed. Didn't know what to do, and stopped. I might go back to it someday. But then when Dark Souls 3 came out, and of course people were saying it's amazing, so I was like, okay, you know, I should go back to 1. And even though I've watched kind of a Let's Play, which part of it was I already seen a fair amount of the game. So then when I played it, I actually remembered certain sections, but it still had the thing is, like, even if you see someone play it, you still having to actually do it is another thing. So like there's this guy, Havel or something, who's got like this big like curvy hammer that you just kills you in one hit, or virtually one hit, and I tried to beat him for like an hour and finally got it, which I actually posted on my YouTube channel, because I managed to beat him. I got hit once, but because what I was trying to do is I was trying to roll and backstab him, but then later I'm like, you know, I should just try parrying, because I was like pretty good at parrying at that point, because I just played the level so many times to get to him. So I was parrying all the guys before then. So I managed to, once I decided to start parrying him, I think it took me like 6 tries, and then I beat him, and then I was happy and I posted on YouTube. Anyway, get back to the dialogue here. So I'm still playing Dark Souls. The world is, it's so big, and it's so scary to go anywhere new.
Count some cleverly worded headstones.
Have you finished digging by the chapter house?
Yeah, there's so many new sections, and whenever you go to a new section, even though I know some of them are optional, but you just go in, it's just so scary.
We have, ma'am. The northwest sites are wide open as well.
And what about the southern perimeter?
Not yet. It'll take us a day to move the crane over there.
I think I'll go another half an hour, just make it even 4 hours, and then I have to make dinner. I'm actually really hungry right now.
Nadine.
Make it happen. In the meantime, see what you can dig up without it.
I'll send a couple of men over right away.
Good. Rafe, any luck with those manuscripts?
I wish they got. I don't know what accent they're doing. It's like.
Rafe.
It's sort of like Kiwi Australian kind of, but I know the actress isn't.
Any luck with those manuscripts?
And it's funny because I feel like I've heard a lot more things with that accent in the last few years.
Yes, ma'am.
That like I'm a little bit more sensitive to like hearing it good. I've heard people say it's South African. Okay, I don't really know that. Oh, okay, so South African, that would be like District 9. But I could still tell I mean, I know the actress, she's like American. So.
Did you hear?
Yeah. It's District 9. I'm trying to thinking. When I think of District 9, I just think of him going, fucking prawns! Fucking prawns! Christopher!
They found a whole annexed area under the cathedral.
It's like roll the R's too.
I did. Have you seen it?
No. Why?
Because there wasn't much left after they finished finding it.
My men have been a bit liberal with the
They're
dynamite.
like 100 well-armed bulls in a china shop.
But they...
Yeah, I love District 9. It's so good. That was a really big surprise because, I mean, the trailers look cool and like the VFX in the trailers look cool, but like I didn't know that like by the end of the movie there'd be like gravity guns and throwing pigs and all this like crazy weapons, and the props are super good because they're all made by Weta Workshop. I was like, whoa, where'd this movie come from?
Made more progress in 2 days than we've made in months.
Progress.
Progress.
That might be an okay line.
China shop.
But they've made more progress in 2 days than we've made in months.
District 9, big fan. I should watch that again.
Progress. I can't analyze rubble.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'll let them know they need to give you a heads up before they do anything drastic.
Or you can tell them to sit tight until I analyze the...
I know, like, Charlize Theron's also South African. I wonder how long she lived there. Never really heard an accent from her.
few clues that haven't been blown up.
No, we can't sit around waiting any longer.
All due respect, I think I have a bit more that haven't been blown up.
No, we can't sit around.
He says, actually really cool to see your editing process. Thank you. I hope it's good.
Waiting any longer.
All due respect, I think I have a bit more experience with this sort of thing than you do.
Understatements.
We tried things your way.
Bullshit. Bullshit. You've been wanting to level this place ever since we got here.
No! I wanted to steal that cross long before it ever even made it to that or... We tried things you...
So if I used a line like that, then that would be if I wanted to show some conflict between the bad guys, but there might not be enough time in the trailer to show that.
Where I couldn't have my men around to deal with any surprises.
The auction was the cleanest way
but
to get the cross.
But instead of going with my gut, I'll listen to you. And now we have competition.
Oh, well, I didn't think he'd show up.
And now we have I'll listen.
But
instead of going with my gut, I'll listen to you.
He'd show up.
Or maybe you wanted to draw him out.
Why the hell would I do that?
Make good.
Because you think you need him. And maybe you do. Point is, I'm done trying to do things the clean way.
Ooh, that's a good line.
If the treasure is here, we'll find it.
Okay, that's good too. Just like really short, simple things are best.
And if not, well, maybe it's time to move on, huh? Hey. It's not personal. It's not personal.
Of course.
I'll let you know if anything turns up.
I don't know how to read that scene because like it's sort of intimate, but like I know she's like kind of in control, but I don't think that she would go for him at all.
Let's get moving before they blow that treasure to bits.
Or you know, she could be like holding his face like, you know, I have the power. Nadine, most knowing, non-important character. She's okay.
You think she was right though? Well, what?
I mean, she doesn't have, I mean, she has agency, but there's not much to do, or, I mean, she's, the way that her actions in the game, she ends up being more like kind of that side character in James Bond, who, you know, not maybe quite like, I mean, so there's usually like a James Bond sort of henchman character who's like the head henchman. So she's sort of like that in this game. So I'm trying to think of like moments when she did something really pivotal, but no, she's literally a hired gun. So
About Rafe want to draw you out. As long as he doesn't get the upper hand, who cares?
yeah.
Doesn't matter. Ugh. I'll never get used to this.
It's another cross. At least this one has some jewels on it, right?
Whoa, whoa, don't touch it.
Why?
Look at it. The only valuable thing we've seen in this cave.
Right.
It's a really weird thing I noticed. I have a standing desk, or IKEA hacked standing desk, And so I have an anti-fatigue mat that I stand on, so then my feet don't get fatigued. Or I mean, they still do a little bit, but I noticed that it drifts right all the time, and usually I adjust it. So right now it's like several inches off where it usually is. Like, I wonder what it is about the way I move around that I'm just like, maybe I lean right more, and so it just kind of like, it just inches it over. And I also have carpet.
Yeah. Lack thereof.
Yeah, fatigue mats are good.
Okay.
Anti-fatigue mats.
So
Because when I still worked at Media Blasters and had to sell like anime DVDs at conventions, and we would never have like nice carpet for our booth. It would just be the solid ground, and we had like these really thin mats, which they're just like those like cheap sort of puzzle piece looking mats, which people like, they cut them up to make the like N7 Mass Effect armor. And like that helped like a little bit, but like working conventions, standing up the whole time, just like feet are just dead at the end of the day. Then you got to do it for 2 more days.
It's got to be the coins.
It's like whenever I go to a convention now, like I find a booth which has like really like soft carpeting. I'm like, ooh, nice. Probably spend a lot of money on this.
Are we sure about this?
But of course, if the booth has like a giant statue, then carpeting would be the least of their concerns.
Pretty sure?
Pretty sure we'll have to do.
But it makes a big difference.
Just one now.
Great. I got it. Please don't be a trap.
So, I'll take this. This is a potential scene to use. Like during like a stop down moment. Yeah. I mean, there's so many moments like this in the game where they do something and then find the next clue that I'm not even going to use them all. I'll just pick like 1 or 2 good ones. Because I feel like, finding a big clue like this would be a big milestone story moment. So if I show like 5 of them in the trailer, they'd be like, oh, well, shit, you're showing me the whole game.
It's Kings Bay.
Yes, it is.
Because there can't be 10 or like 15 of them. If you show 1 or 2, then it'd be like, okay, show 3. Okay, that's a little weird. It's like,
Son of a bitch.
Like an interview with Sean Vanneman, who did Firewatch at Campo Santo. They were saying like, oh, so are you worried? Were you like worried about making this game? It's like, no, not really, but like I'm kind of more worried about the next game, because when you make one game, that's its own thing. But then when you make another one, that like creates a line from here to there. So it's like Supergiant Games, they made Bastion, which is like, isometric action adventure RPG. And then they make Transistor, which is also isometric, different game systems. But it's like, oh, okay, so Supergiant Games, they're just VO/isometric studio. So then like everyone, I was like, well, what's the third one going to be? And it ended up being like, I guess RPG sports arena tactics game thing, which is like, okay, all right, that's totally different. All right, you're not continuing the line. Now I have no idea what you're gonna do. Grimsoul says, well, they did sort of use the same engine. Yeah, it's I can see how they're probably still using similar tech, but I think the game loop or whatever will be very different, because there's going to be, you're not going to be, I guess, because you're not using the characters to walk around like you are in Transistor and Bastion, because during the story parts, I got to play the demo at PAX. You have like a wagon, and then like you talk to your characters, and then they move to the next node and everything, and then just during the action parts, you playing like the sports game. Grimsoul, sort of like Kojima and his Fox engine, yeah. But I guess now Kojima has to just do his own thing again, like make an entirely new engine, because Konami, I could only assume, owns everything. Which, I mean, how long is it going to take for their next game to come out, I wonder? And Lab Zero Games and their Western anime engine. I don't know, what has Lab Zero made?
What are you talking about?
Avery. He's screwing with us.
This was supposed to be it, so where's the goddamn treasure?
And so something like that I might not use because, you know, a setback like that would also be a big story moment. Oh, they made Skullgirls. Yeah. Yeah, they also have a very distinctive art style, which, I mean, if you're going to have the same art director, then of course that's going to happen, which is not necessarily a bad thing. Because, I mean, like, Supergiant Games, even though you can tell it's the same art director, they're just, like, they're just completely new, crazy, beautiful worlds.
I mean, Kings Bay, great. Well, what's next?
Yeah. And they also have a really good motion graphics guy working for them. So I, like, want to eat their games. Like, ever since Transistor came out, and they have like super good visual effects on like everything. It's like, oh god.
North Pole? Outer space? Nathan.
Yeah, their games are super pretty.
Those who prove worthy, paradise awaits.
I'm probably going to reorganize a lot of this stuff later on because, I mean, so how much, all this stuff here, it's about 7 minutes of stuff. So we've gone in terms of just dialogue. Because, I mean, most of the stuff was probably gameplay. Grimsoul says, I think the game studio that has the most amazing combination of passion and resources is probably CD Projekt Red. Yeah, I haven't played The Witcher 3 yet.
He was recruiting.
I've played like a very little bit of The Witcher, but because I know it's a huge game, I'm like, but am I prepared to spend, 100 hours? I guess the thing is, like, now if I'm going to spend that much time on a game, I mean, it's not that I don't want to, but I haven't played enough to know what the gameplay in Witcher 3 is, like the combat is like, but I mean, the last few games that I played, 50 hours or more was like Metal Gear Solid 5 and maybe Bloodborne, because they're very like action oriented. The Witcher series, although each sequel builds on the previous game, each game is so good in its own right and doesn't try to build the game over the previous game. They try to make a new game with a continuous story. That's cool. Yeah, I was curious about, because I heard good things about the first Witcher games, though I heard that the first one was kind of janky in terms of it's hard to learn to play it, and that Witcher 2 is better, but even still kind of hard. But then Witcher 3, they said like, oh, this is actually a good place to come in because it's more refined.
Who was recruiting? Avery. What was recruiting?
And see, this part here about like recruiting pirates is like, it's kind of not as interesting as just, there's a pirate, there's a treasure somewhere, let's go get it.
Recruiting for what?
But keep it just in case.
You gentlemen are very, very noisy.
That could be a joke moment.
You gentlemen are very, very noisy.
Grimsoul says, I haven't spent time in Witcher 3 either. I just played like 3 hours and stopped because I wasn't in the mood for it. But I had fun in 30 hours, yeah. I probably played 1 hour. That's the thing,
Guns on the floor. Slowly.
It's hard for me to not think about how much time I'll need to invest. And then like, oh look, Massive Thing on the floor. Floor breaks, yes. That's the Uncharted. Actually, I was talking about who was I talking to? There was a certain moment. Oh, I was talking to a friend. I was saying that it's funny
From last time.
that there are still parts of the game where something breaks away where I didn't expect it to, because you basically spend the whole game expecting everything to break. So it's like, oh, still managed to get me.
Throw me out a window didn't do it for you?
Rafe. Rafe, come in.
Actually, you know what? I'm just gonna keep these Rafe lines here because it might work for something out of context. If I need to like build a sentence. Grimsoul says, I feel that way unless I have the kind of time I want to spend in a chunk period. I won't play it because I feel like broken sessions ruin it. Yeah. And then I'm also worried about not being able to jump back in because the gameplay I'll forget.
I'm at the graveyard.
I mean, I know a lot of games they build in, you know, mission markers and all that, so then that you won't have that problem. But still, though, I think with like the Souls games, they kind of build muscle memory. So as long as you can remember the buttons, then I feel like I could jump back into Bloodborne because I haven't played the DLC yet.
Yeah, I'm looking at them right now.
And then but I also know that those games, moment to moment, are still fun.
Yeah, I'm looking at them right now.
What? Where are you?
Come back to the cathedral. Follow the hose.
I'm on my way.
It's kind of a good line.
Come back to the cathedral. Follow the hose.
I don't know if I'll use that, but that could be a joke moment.
I'm on my way. For God's sakes, don't shoot him yet.
Not want to hurry then.
So, I don't know, what are the other long games I've played recently? Probably those are just the only ones.
King's Bay.
Like, I don't even know if I'm going to play Final Fantasy 15 when it comes out.
Yeah, but, where in Kings Bay?
Because, I mean, I played, you know, so I got a PlayStation 1 in high school, played Final Fantasy 7, of course. And then during college, you know, all my friends played the Final Fantasy games. So I remember, like, when 8 came out, and we're watching the cutscenes together. And we're like, oh my god, this thing's the most amazing thing. They got motion capture, and like someday the game part's gonna look like this. And you know, we say that with every Final Fantasy game. And we played 9, and also 10 was, God, wait, so 8 came out when I was like, I think a freshman, and then, God, how quickly did they make those games? Yeah, because 8 came out I think when I was a freshman. And then 9 came out when I was a junior, because I remember what dorm we watched, like the cutscenes, and we like turned off all the lights, and we watched the opening cutscenes. Like, oh my god, it's so pretty, it's so colorful, it's not, you know, steel blue sci-fi. And then, but then 10, I thought that couldn't have been a year later, could it? Because, but I remember playing Final Fantasy X at home, like on like a winter break or something.
You'll need that cross over there to fix.
So I don't know how the timing works out. But anyway, yeah, so I played 10 and I played 12, and kind of, I mean, nine's probably my favorite, one of my favorites. I'm one of those people. And then, you know, 10's fine. I don't like Titus as much as other characters. And then 12 was really forgettable, to me at least.
You'll need that cross over there to figure it out, but...
And then like 13, wasn't super into. It's very pretty. But you know, the characters were okay, but it was really dense. Grimsoul is laughing. I don't know exactly what you're laughing at right now. It's about liking Final Fantasy 9, or I don't know. But yeah, 13. It was so many.
There's only 2 people that can tell you how to use it.
The lore is so dense, and then they have all these terms which use connecting words because they sort of are related to the same thing. Oh, he's doing the Titus laugh. That's right. Yeah. Oh, God. And I remember like when 8 came out, and they're like, oh, it's gonna be a romance this time, and like the characters in 8 are super not interesting. Yeah, so like there's a fallacy, and then the Seath. I'm jumping all around. And for Final Fantasy 13, there's the fallacy, the Seath, and then the God. I don't even remember everything, and it's like the only thing that distinguished these alienated people was they got a little tattoo and they can use magic, but yet somehow everyone knows who they are. It's like just wear long sleeve shirts. It's like, no, I'm so prosecuted. Like, okay.
Let me guess. You two.
So yeah, 13 didn't really do it for me. And then 13.2 came out, and I was like, oh, the gameplay's better. And I'm like, I don't really care, though.
I'll leave it to Rafe. You're going to be waiting a long time.
It's like, all right, here's the thing. It's better, but it's based on a thing that you didn't like so much the first time, so I'm not really going to be interested in playing it. So yeah, so long story short, I don't know if I'm going to play Final Fantasy 15.
Sorry, boys. I'm not here to negotiate.
That's a good line. And also it's like, all right, there's can't be bothered to play 13.2. Holy crap, it was garbage. Yeah, and then there's a 13.3. So 15, it's like, okay, well, very pretty, of course. They're all pretty. But then you got like 5 or 4, I don't remember how many. There's like a bunch of anime guys. Which, I mean, they don't... It's like you got these 5 guys who, they're basically the same character design. I mean, of course they're not, but they are. You know what I mean? They're...
Bring me the crucifix.
They're not like, Yoshitaka Amano, different character design characters. I think 15 is sort of worth a play because it's honest about being Kingdom Hearts-esque. They're making burgers. Is that? Yeah, isn't there like a campfire scene or something?
It's not a crucifix.
What?
Well, technically, a crucifix refers to a cross that... You know what? Never mind.
All right. See you, Eddie. Thanks for showing up, hanging out. Talk to you later. You probably won't see the result for another... It'll be a while. Because I got a lot of other work also. The actual work.
Don't touch it! No! Yeah, so... And... I don't know, the trailer's not super doing... Actually, the last trailer with the Lean On Me cover, that's actually cut by a friend of mine at a place I did some freelance in LA, which is cool. No knock on him, but it's just the game doesn't... It's not super interesting to me so far.
That was a close one, huh?
Good line. See, all these lines could fit in. See, some of these lines, they could all fit in the same spot of a trailer. Or you could make multiple trailers and just have those moments.
Shut up my goddamn plane, Nate.
We're fine, thanks.
How soon can you get us to Madagascar?
No treasure, then.
Not yet.
Let's see, something like that I wouldn't put in there because, yeah, it would just feel like, oh, well, I thought there was just like one thing. It's like, oh, there's gonna be setbacks, and then if you're showing the setbacks too, then it's not as
I
interesting.
don't know what you're talking about. Look, we're rich.
be better to have like one, maybe two goals that you show in the trailer, but more likely just one. And then the rest of the trailer is just the adventure getting there.
To start. You think the rest is in Madagascar?
Well, there was a chamber back there with a giant map of Madagascar on the floor, so... yeah, probably there.
This is beginning to smell a whole lot like Wild Goose, kid.
Actually, that's not a bad line.
This is beginning...
Actually, you know what? Maybe... Okay, after this cutscene, I think I'm... Because actually Madagascar is like sort of halfway
Look,
through.
the treasure was
I think I'll stop the stream there. But... Because it's about 5:30 and I still have to make dinner.
never in Scotland, okay?
Then what was the point of all that, huh? Of the St. Dismas cross?
It's like I said. I think Avery was recruiting people. The cross was an invitation. The caves were just some sort of initiation.
Oh, so we all passed, huh? Congrats, Victor. We get eye patches and parrots now.
Like one thing, like I really like Uncharted 4, but I really like Uncharted 2 because the way that, well, there are things I like about both. I mean, I can like them both, of course, but the thing that I liked about Uncharted 2 was how the levels flowed into each other. It's like, okay, so I guess there's a couple jumps. So you start off flashback in the museum, then they go to like the jungle, and then from there they're like, oh crap, we gotta go to Nepal. But then once they're in Nepal, then they're basically in the same area, and they don't. I think they never take a plane or anything after that. So everything just flows into each other, which maybe works geographically, maybe it doesn't. But in the game, it feels cool that it just kind of naturally goes from place to place. Whereas, 3, they did a lot of flying around, and it was seemingly kind of like
to enlist people that he could trust in order to keep their treasure secret.
There were several jumps where it's like, wait, why are we here now? Like, especially the like tanker, which is a really, really cool, amazing sequence, but it felt kind of out of the blue. It's like, oh, by the way, we got to go over here. And I guess 4 has a lot of globe trotting, but I don't mind it as much. I think because the clues and stuff, they motivate the location change.
What do you mean their treasure?
Just think about this. Thomas, too, was a successful pirate in his own right. What would he possibly stand to gain from joining Avery?
No. Whoops. Nope.
I think Avery sent out crosses only to the other wealthy pirates like himself.
Grimsell says, I think jumps are forgivable when there's a cohesive story, and I think I appreciate less sci-fi-ness of 4 than 2. Yeah. Or fantasy, I guess. Yeah, I mean, there is a sort of a section where it's like, okay, this is kind of like the mystical thing, but it's not at all because it's just practical. It's just not zombies, it's mummies exploding. So that sort of fills the gap of here's a tough thing you're gonna have to deal with once you get to the end. But yeah, I like that they didn't have blue people. Not saying it's bad, but it's just ridiculous with Nazi zombies and jungle monsters. Yeah, I guess I don't mind those fantastical things as a story thing. It was just that I didn't like playing those sections as much.
What if they pooled and hid all their treasure together?
That would...
Like, I mean, in 2, once I figured out that the blue guys go down basically with one hit if you use the crossbow, it was a lot easier. But it was still kind of like, oh god, I gotta go through this section now. And, I don't know, the squiggly, like, naked guys in 1 just kind of freaked me out a little bit.
That would make the guns way all look like chump change.
Exactly.
I guess I just didn't like being... Because, like, Uncharted is not, like, a tense game, but, like, those are the parts that made me tense. So, it's like, no, this isn't the feeling that I get from playing the game normally.
Oh, holy shit.
You know, if it's, like, Dead Space, and the whole thing is like that, it's like, well, yeah, sure. I'll chop the limbs off of all the naked, gross alien things, because that's the thing that you do. That's what I came in for. But Uncharted's like, I came in for the, you know, the banter and the story and the characters and the romp, and then, oh god, this thing that, oh, okay, I'm dead.
Okay, so where exactly in Madagascar are we going?
Kings Bay. It was an old pirate haven back in Avery's time.
I know it well. It's a big place. Anything more specific?
Well, that map chamber completely caved in, so, you know. What are you laughing about?
The people who survived the caves. The recruits. What's the one thing they would have left with?
There's a volcano on this.
And there's a volcano near Kings Bay.
I'm not going to use any of this.
Which means we need to get a move on.
I think combat-wise, the Tomb Raider reboot has a much better game feel. Overall, I compare the two because they're similar game-wise. Yeah, I really like playing the Tomb Raider games. I don't like the story in the Tomb Raider games because it's the story and the characters in the Tomb Raider games are not interesting to me at all. Like people sort of talk about it, and like Rise of the Tomb Raider won an award, but I think it won like a Writers Guild award, but I think that, you know, you have to be in the Writers Guild to qualify for that, and I don't know how many video game writers are in the Writers Guild, so a little bit by default. But it's kind of like, I don't know if you've ever seen, there's the Red Letter Media reviews of like Star Wars, and my favorite bit of the Phantom Menace review is, so they got a bunch of their friends and they gave them this test, and they're like, all right, describe the following characters to me, but you can't say their name, what they wear, what they do in the movie, what their job is, or yeah, basically like all that. And then, okay, you know, Han Solo, go. All right, he's kind of roguish, he's kind of cocky and all this other stuff. And like, all right, C-3PO's, all right, he's prissy and kind of a coward and all these other, and, you know, worried and kind of like maternal. And then he's like, all right, Qui-Gon Jinn. And they're like, yeah, strong, stoic, or like Queen Amidala. It's like, she's Natalie Portman. And yeah, so basically I gave that test to the Tomb Raider characters. And so it's like, all right, you know, describe Lara Croft without saying what she does, what she wears, what her job is. It's like, okay, so Lara Croft, she's, all right, what are the characteristics? She's a survivor. She's strong. It's like that's when you realize that strong isn't a good character trait. Like when they say like a strong character, what they really want is an interesting character, not a strong character necessarily, because a character can be weak or flawed in some way and it's interesting. Like George Costanza in Seinfeld, he's a terrible person and everything, but he's an interesting character because he's funny and also he's well written and everything. But like every single character in Tomb Raider, just do that same test. You'd be like, all right, there's like her friend. It's like, okay, he's big, he's like ethnic, you know, like the thing is, like you play that game where you watch the game. Grimsoul says, in terms of Lara Croft, it's tolerable because she's the everyman audience vessel, which I see what you're saying, but that's also kind of how you describe Nathan Drake. But you know, you could totally describe Nathan Drake's character, even though he's like everyman. There are a lot of things to him. He's also like on Han Solo or Indiana Jones. But the thing I noticed in the Tomb Raider game as I was watching it, playing the Rise of the Tomb Raider, is that every single line is about the plot. It's about forwarding the plot. None of it is about, or not none of it, but like it's like you don't get insight into the characters from what they say. It could be something like, oh, you know, my father did this thing and it's important because my father did it and my father whatever. Or, you know, Laura, we gotta do this thing, otherwise the world's gonna end. But like none of the lines tell me about the person. Which when I was talking about this to a friend of mine who's a writer, and I was comparing to Uncharted, and the line that I gave him as an example was, so there's that line in Uncharted 2 when Flynn catches up with you and Chloe and Sully and everyone. And then he's kind of like being all smarmy. He's like, oh, hey, Victor goddamn Sullivan. So like that line by itself. Okay, so what does that line tell you? That tells you, first of all, he's kind of a jerk. It tells you that he knows Sully because he knows that this is like his catchphrase. And like that's like two little character things just from this one like kind of throwaway line. And then like, but like all of Tomb Raider, like I don't know anything about any of the characters. That's my rant.
Flooding, maybe going to Malaysia during the monsoon season wasn't such a good idea.
But I still like playing Tomb Raider because like leveling up and getting all the new abilities, that's a lot of fun. And it's a fun game, and still it has those it has set piece moments also. But in Rise of the Tomb Raider, I feel like even though they gave you some better tools for stealth, either I was just being impatient, but I just did a lot less stealth in Rise of the Tomb Raider than the first one.
Right, yeah.
Because the first one I was like sneaking around in the woods and going in the trees and using the bow, and like I used the bow a lot less in Rise of the Tomb Raider. I'm like, oh, they caught me. I'm just gonna use guns.
Right, yeah, it grounded us for sure, you know.
But again, that could just be me.
Had some equipment failure, but you know, no one's hurt or anything.
And also, I had trouble finding a lot of the tombs, so I'm like, I'll go back and do it later on. But then I didn't go back and do it. Grims, I think I sort of get Tomb Raider, albeit the absence of these character development, because in the reboot, she's very much in her own world. She talks to herself audibly so many times. I guess I don't. I mean. The thing that, what is it? People usually remember characters and moments, not necessarily, like, especially Uncharted, because, like, maybe you remember the building falls down, and then Drake's like, we were almost in that. You know, I remember stuff like that. I mean, of course, I remember the whole story because I've played it a million times. But average person who played Uncharted.
So are you going to start work tomorrow?
She's just an isolated non-character is what I mean. Okay. Kind of like, I guess, like sort of like Gordon Freeman, maybe. I mean, she's a character who is filling in for the player, except that she talks more than the characters who don't do that.
Postponed, actually. Looks like we're going to need maybe another 10 days or so.
It's fine.
Oh, 10 days? Hey, well, why don't I just go ahead and buy a ticket then?
Oh, you know, you don't have to do that. It's fine. I mean, you know, these guys always overestimate things. I'm sure it'll be less time than that.
Okay, well, you know, don't rush. Make sure that you're safe.
Oh, I will. Always do.
Maybe we'll use this. This could be another comedy moment.
Yeah, right.
You
I should have made a joke section of my selects here. It's okay.
Listen, I'm sorry. I gotta go. Jameson's calling me.
Yeah. There's some really good facial expressions, especially the Elena and Nate.
Okay.
I just feel like there's a lot more moments. Well, probably because since they had better tech, they could show these like really subtle facial expressions, so they used them more in the story. You know,
okay.
Like that. That says a lot.
Love you.
Love you too.
You know, like you can tell, like she's like not quite sure what's going on. Yeah, I mean that's really good. Grimsel, I think Tomb Raider reboot has so much potential. It just never in the two games pushes it through. There's 7 to 8 out of 10 rather than 9. Yeah, the Elena Nathan stuff in here is super good. It's like, and as I say, like, you know, I'm probably not gonna use that scene, but because like I feel like also like having been in relationships, I really feel these moments where it's like, oh shit, been there, been in that situation. I've seen that face.
Okay.
And it's really good.
Love you too.
Yeah. I mean, I can tell that this is like Naughty Dog's jam now after like Last of Us, because like even those all keyframe animated, like all of this stuff, the facial expression stuff they did in Last of Us was super good also. And now they can do it like not. I mean, I'm sure it's still hard, but like they can do it a little easier now. But you know what? I think I'm going to cut it off here because we're in Madagascar now. And that's kind of a good halfway point. But yeah, thank you for watching. I don't know, you've been here the full 4 hours. And this is going to be archived on YouTube. If you watched it on YouTube and you made this whole way, congratulations. I hope it was interesting. And next time I'm just going to be going to finish off the rest of this. I still have an hour of footage left. And bye, Grimsoul. Thanks. I still have an hour left. And then after that, I have to do visuals. And then after that is going to be dialogue editing and structuring. And then I'll figure out if the music that I selected from the soundtrack is usable, if I need some other music, and it's the whole process. Yeah. I'm going to kick in some soundtrack here. Ooh, hi. All right. And I will see you next time. Thank you. Bye.